lot of meetings in a concentrated short time. But I don't think I've ever had quite this many. I think it's about 10 in 3 months. Might be more than, no, it might even, no, it's probably 10.
I talked to
They
Maddie.
were rolling off one a week for a while.
She says, I'm excited. I'm more excited than you. And she says, really? I said, yeah, because you being here is such a burden off of me.
She is genuinely excited.
Yeah, it's Thursday. The moving truck is getting there.
We're back to small waters, huh?
Cutbacks.
Have we been bad?
I ordered the wrong one.
Do you have extras?
I put mine on, Andrew. Aren't you proud of me?
Madam President,
What did I do?
it looks like the 23rd, Saturday, the 23rd has been the children's week.
Chose someone. Yeah, that should be fine.
It'll be an all day. You can do half day of self and half day of the superintendent. Now,
Okay, perfect.
I remember.
if you're gonna have Medicare, I just wanted to do the first half with her for superintendent.
Well, so Daniel reached out to her. It's like, I haven't heard back from the board. I'm like, because the board has it's raining. And I told them we have a lot on our schedule as soon as I know something.
Probably be better having a few hours to themselves
First,
first,
for
because
their self
as
evaluation.
they do their self-evaluations and goals for the superintendent will likely emerge.
Yeah.
Good feedback. That's why it's good that I'm talking to her about it right now. So we'll do this superintendent in the morning. I mean, they'll be down.
And then you'll, if I remember to say it, you hear the budget report tonight. You'll probably hear me encourage you to have a regular meeting in July. You have money, you know, decisions being made about.
I don't think we can because our agenda, our calendar was set already.
Everybody's calendars for board.
Is that what we have to do?
I mean, you guys can approve it through your, well, actually, you should probably approve the meeting today to revise.
You can always cancel it.
But you are not gonna be able to because we don't know if we're gonna have a quorum or not. Jose's gone. We're not, Jose's here. Arisel's not, but Jose's out of town all of July.
He can participate remotely.
Correct. However.
He's likely to want to sit with them in Mexico. Or they
However,
want to, but they won't want to spend the money.
I don't know. See,
Can you guys hear me?
That's a little bit of a problem because one of the cabinet level positions is your HR director.
I understand, because it's.
Just want to make clear, everybody knows I'm here.
Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Gonzales Unified School District regular board meeting for Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. Can we go ahead and get a roll call vote?
President Celeste Daniel,
Present?
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Present.
Board Member Jose Lopez, Board Member Maria Cuevas. Present. Board Member Cesar Ayon. Okay, we got 3. We have quorum. Continue.
Item 3, approval of the agenda. The only change I want to make is moving 12.7 to 12.1 and moving the following items below. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the change?
So move, Araceli.
Second Cuevas.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Item 4, closed session items. 4.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9. D1, name of case 08H, case number 2022050181. Item 4.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of government code section 54956.91, potential case. Item 4.3, public employees appointment and employment, government code section 54957, title Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. And item 4.4, public employees appointment and employment, government code section 54957, title Assistant Superintendent Educational Services. Do we have any public comments for closed session items?
No public comment in closed session.
There's none in public. With that being said, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn to closed session. I'm gonna go ahead and reconvene to open session. I want to thank you all for your patience for technical and legal pauses. We'll go ahead and move on to item 7, 7.1, action taken. So in closed session regarding 4.1, the board approved the settlement in the matter of OAH, case number 2022050181 with a unanimous vote. In exchange for educational services and evaluations, OAH, case number 2022050181 will be dismissed with prejudice, and all special education claims against the district will be waived and released. Moving on to item 8, our flag salute. Ms. Cuevas, can you lead us in the flag salute?
Of course. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty for all.
Thank everybody in attendance for coming out during your summer. I appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 9, public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Education Code 35145.5. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the limit for a particular item. Also, we have translation services available for anybody in the public that will require translation services. With that being said, I believe we do have public comment this evening. We have Ms. Becky Avila. Okay, Abel Avila.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abel Avila with the Gonzales Knights Football Club, which is a nonprofit organization. The reason we are here today is to let the board members and the Gonzales High School know that we're back for another year of football season in our community. Our program has grown over the past 4 years, which makes us very proud. We have a total of 160 kids this year, ranging ages 4 to 14 years old. We have recently met with Mr. Soriano regarding our program and the upcoming season. We are glad to hear that we are moving in a positive direction and Mr. Soriano's willingness to help us have a successful future for our incoming Knights to Gonzales High School. I have also met with Mr. Trini and have discussed the practice times and schedule for the season of 2022. Trini will be assisting us with the issues that may arise, and he has been very helpful. We are very pleased to work with Gonzales High School, and as such, we would like to announce that we will be providing future scholarships for our graduating football and cheerleaders who were former Knights or have assisted in the junior coaches positions. I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for your time. Just basically, we're introducing ourselves, that we're back for another year, and hopefully we can keep everything going with the kids and you guys. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Avila.
Becky Avila.
Good evening. My name is Becky Avila, and I am also part of the Gonzales Knights Executive Board. I would like to take the opportunity to provide everyone with a few updates of our program. Like our VP stated, our numbers continue to increase every year, and we are very pleased to report that we have worked with a sport grant program to provide approximately 20 families with reduced fees this year. We would also like to congratulate our graduating Knights for making the varsity and junior varsity levels in both cheer and football divisions. We are also eager to begin the scholarship fund for our former Knights who will be attending Gonzales High School. So we are all very happy with that process now. We continue to take great pride in our efforts to make the community a better place. We strive to provide a friendly and safe environment for our youth, as well as ensuring that every child who wishes to play is not turned down due to economic statuses. Our program is delighted to announce we are hosting Jamboree this year at Rabobank, and we cannot wait to fill the stadium with orange and black and proudly represent Gonzales community. We welcome you to join us on August 20th for a day filled with football, food, and entertainment. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you. Next one is an email from Miss Emily Rios. Oh, it's okay, it says it back here. Oh, total. Okay, never mind. Moving on. I believe that is the commencement of our public comments. Moving on to item 10, communications, 10.1, Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA report.
Don't see anybody online. Unless, did we change over to Bianca?
That would, I believe, Ms. Birmingham.
The mic is there for you, Ms.
Wait.
Birmingham.
Even if it's a little slur, so we can welcome you to her first meeting.
Yay.
Oh, yeah.
See, I'm still looking for a different name on there.
No, Ms. Birmingham.
Good evening, board members and community members. GTA, we are in the transition of going from our previous e-board into our incoming e-board. So there's not a whole lot to report aside from our incoming vice president, Ms. Lauren Ramirez, and myself will be attending the president vice president conference in about 2 weeks up in Burlingame to get ready for this upcoming year. So thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Can't wait. Yeah, you have a lot of work. Yeah. 10.2, interim superintendent's report.
Thank you. I'd like to yield a portion of my time to Yolanda, who will give a thumbnail sketch about the summer school program. I think you might like to hear about it.
Good evening, everyone. So I will be giving you an update on our summer school program. Session 1 started June 17th and will end on July 8th. It's a 14-day program. Our lead teacher for TK through 6 is Bianca Perez. She has roughly 240 students attending, and they are maintaining about an 89% attendance rate. Several classes have also kept perfect attendance, and part of that is due to the fun activities and the hands-on science activities that they have. Some of the things that have gone on thus far are they've had paletas from Pacheco's, they've done water safety in collaboration with the Gonzales pool, and then also Fuse Learning has come in and supporting us with the Innovation Center. The kids continue to be engaged during the day, receiving the core curriculum. Brighter Bites has been there active, and they started distributing food today. And then teachers are also connecting their lessons with healthy eating habits. Our lead teacher for 7th through 12th grade is Angela Perez. She has 20 students in the 7th and 8th grade ELA and math class, which students will receive a grade bump. This class has been learning through Lego Prime, which is a stream learning tool. And then students also have the opportunity to learn swimming techniques during their aquatic session at the Gonzales pool. There's also 2 sessions for 9th through 12th grade. There's a morning and an afternoon session. There's 140 students attending the morning session and 120 attending the afternoon. There's a daily raffle and incentives that have also helped with attendance and has kept students coming back. The Innovation Center is also open on Thursdays for the classes to attend. And some of the treats they've had have been ice cream, Kona snow cones for participation. Gear Up is also there providing after-school tutoring. Blue Zone has been there to provide presentations on healthier options. And then also ACES is there from 2 to 5 to support our kids TK through 8th grade. And that's all for session 1. And session 2 will be starting July 11th, which is offered for TK through 6th grade. And will end on July 29th with a culmination on July 30th. So that program is 8 to 5 at La Gloria. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Araceli, any questions?
None. Thank you, Yolanda. Sounds fun.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
These are questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add a few words?
Sure.
Since it's my last board meeting, ah, my last board meeting, probably forever. But who knows? But who knows? Life takes you in strange directions. But I just want to reiterate something, a message I sent to the entire staff the week that school closed. And in it, I said that the past few months had reminded me of how much I miss working in our schools. And it's a genuine feeling. I'm getting goosebumps just saying it, really. When I decided to retire the first time, I had worked in Carmel Unified for 35 years, all in the district office. And it was a really hard decision because I loved my job. Maybe too much, some might say, but I truly loved it. I felt a sense of purpose and connection with people that's hard to replicate. And while I've been here the past 3+ months, it's reminded me of how much I miss working in schools. I really like problem solving. It's and it's mentally stimulating, but really what is impossible to replicate in retirement is the connection you feel working with a group of people who are all trying to achieve the same thing. And in this case, it's working for the betterment of our community and of our children of our community. So that's something that you just can't get. I volunteer a lot in nonprofits, but it's not the same. So it's a long way of saying that I genuinely will miss being here. You joke with me about it, but it's true. I will miss being here. I won't necessarily miss the drive, and probably driving home tonight at 10 o'clock at night, I won't feel quite the same way, but next week when I don't drive here, I will miss it. So thank you for inviting me into the Gonzales family. You know, I heard a saying when I came here about the warm Gonzales welcome. And I have to say I can attest that it's a real thing. So thank you.
So normally after the interims report, superintendent's report, I would go down the line. But I am going to revoke my presidency and move forward. It is a bittersweet night. We have a lot of incoming and going out. And I will say, in a time of transition and as a first-year president, it is scary. But I can tell you from when we interviewed you, Marvin, there was just something about you that we said that's what we needed. And you have shown us what true leadership looks like. I have enjoyed all of our meetings. I think I've seen you, 2 and 3 times a week sometimes. It has been such a pleasure to work with you and to just learn from you on procedures and just seeing your love. I got calls, and I know I've said this before, and even this week, I think there's somebody at the district office, and only living 2 blocks away. I said, yeah, that's our interim superintendent. So the other night I did have a conversation with Marvin. I said, go home. It was 9 o'clock. Go home, please go home. Cause I know he has to go to Carmel. I had the opportunity to attend several events with you, and that was such a pleasure because coming in as an interim superintendent for 3 months, I would never think you were going to be so heavily involved in everything that you were. There will be nothing that we can do to thank you enough for getting us through this hurdle, a scary hurdle for myself and for the board, and being the supportive. But in doing so, we got you a little something, and I will read it. We got you a plaque. And it says, to Marvin Biasotti, in appreciation of your dedicated service, devotion, and commitment to staff, students, and parents during your brief tenure as the interim superintendent Gonzales Unified School District, the Board of Trustees thanks you. So thank you so much. Always be part of our family. So I think we need to do a picture too. Yes. Thank you so much, Marvin.
I'll let you guys know. For many years of problem solving skills.
Can somebody Photoshop my head in this picture? Should have given you a cardboard cutout, Marvin. Yay.
So I don't plan, even though I invoked to go first, I'm not gonna cut off any of my trustees. Araceli?
Sorry, I'm not there to give you a big hug, Marvin, but I am there in spirit giving it to you and will be forever grateful. Your energy coming into this position, the way you did with everything going on, really allowed us to take a pause and do what was right and best for our district and our kids. I appreciate your wisdom and just the little aha moments of, oh, okay. And you will have made changes that will last a very long time in this district. And so I just want to thank you for your kindness, and just your energy. Truly grateful for everything you've done, and you will be missed. But I have a feeling we'll see you every now and then, maybe.
I think so too. I will
So
find
thank
my
you
way
so
here.
much.
Caesar?
I guess I'm going to echo what my board members have said. You have made a very unpleasant process pleasant, if I might say that. It's been tough, it's been challenging, but with your leadership, your direction, your wisdom, I think you've helped us all be better as a board, and in turn, the district, as far as the decisions that we're making and the staff that we're getting. Our new superintendent, Dr. Samora, we're very excited about, and you were very instrumental in guiding us that way. And we're building a new team, but without you, I'm pretty sure we would not be able to do it. We would not be able to do what we're doing now, which is to finally turn our district around after too long. And sometimes I tell people, being at the board, it almost makes me a little bit jaded about education, because you see things and you just wish you can change and things like that. But I think you've renewed my hope that, what, yeah, we can, we can change things for the better. Sometimes it takes long, and it's a process, and it's, it might be messy. But you're just like the ever optimist, always giving it to us like it is, but giving us a way forward that we all feel good about. I'm getting goosebumps. I truly thank you for that. I used to watch the CSBA trainings, and there were like some superintendents there that were so inspiring. I'm like, oh my God, like why don't we have one of those? Well, we got one of those with you. And for that, I can't thank you enough.
Yes, Marvin, thank you so much for all the work you did in just 3 months. You definitely, from showing up to our events, that are, sporting events, even, the Powder Puff games, you were there, you were everywhere, and people definitely got to know you. Staff, all staff was so happy that you were here, and I was always so confident to make a decision with your input. So I really appreciate you being here, and you need to come back, at least just say hi or come to the sporting events, but we need to see you here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Try to get through the rest of it with no more tears. Promise. Can't promise though. So we will go on to item 11, consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the board action unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. That being said, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Move, Cuevas? Moved by Ms. Cuevas,
Second day.
second by Mr. Ayon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes. Item 12, informational and action items. We will go on to item 12.1, COVID. Oh, that's right. Sorry. We did move 12.7 up to 12.1. So we're gonna have personnel vacancies and we have a staff report from Mr. O'Donnell.
Good evening. I'm going to try and work my angle here so I can see it as well. First of all, before I start, I just want to reiterate the comments of the board toward Marvin. And I had heard of you for many years and at Carmel, my old rival. But I had heard such good things and I was happy for the opportunity to be able to work with you even for a short period of time. And I just want to say that I appreciate your knowledge, your leadership, and everything I heard about you was absolutely true. So thank you very much. I also want to thank Monica Silva she's such a professional and has done such a great job in the district office. And I know she's moving on to other things, but I just want to say thank you also for the great work you've done.
We did, and I wouldn't want to mention anything. I'm just gonna make it really brief. This board has grown so much through this past year that I've seen. They've changed their dynamics. So it's a great board. They work together. They work so much better, and it's great to see that. So I am happy for this board. I have it's bittersweet this moment because I love to be here, but life takes you in a different way.
Sure.
You gotta take different steps. Yeah.
Well, we appreciated everything you did here. So thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, on to happy things. Marvin asked me to do a presentation real quickly, just kind of an update on where we are in terms of certificated staff openings. And so before I start into this, I do want to thank you for the hand signals. Yeah, she's telling me this is how I move it. I want to share with you that for the data, I used postings for districts, their actual postings. I didn't go on EdJoin because EdJoin can be confusing in looking at it. Sometimes they have, I did, but sometimes it'll have open until filled, or sometimes they won't take things off of EdJoin even after it's been filled. So I went to their postings, our own and different districts, when I compare them, their actual postings during the month of June. So I wanted you to know that up front. These numbers are moving numbers. They're constantly moving this time of year, especially. So as of this was done late last week. So in the last 3 days, even in our own district, we've had movement, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Oh boy. Okay, now I got to figure which button. That one doesn't work. Oh, that one did work. Okay. So this is the first slide, and it's basically our certificated staff openings that are advertised as of tonight, but really it was about 3 days ago. At La Gloria, we have one academic coach, and I'm going to blame it on old age. I put the assistant principal position down in the district office for some reason. I don't know why. Fairview Middle School has 7 positions open, as you can see, Gonzales High School has 6, the district office 5, and pupil services has 1. Actually, it's actually two FTE that are open. So right as of that date that I was looking at these numbers, these were our openings. This is looking at total certificated staff openings advertised over the last 4 years in June. So all of the sheets I pulled were from mid-June in our own district. And if you start in 1920, you look at the number is 8.6, and that 0.6 was a 0.6 speech therapist at the time. In 2021, again, it stayed 8.6. 21-22, it jumped to 13. And 22-23, we're currently at, well, at that time we were at 21. I think we all know what happened in about January of 20, COVID hit. And so if we want to look at that numbers in terms of the framework of COVID, you could glean from that maybe that had some type of impact on our staffing. We don't know that for sure, but it's something to consider when we look at these numbers. These are the certificated staff openings by site, the district office, and I separated out pupil services, speech therapists, school psychologists, things like that. At La Gloria, I couldn't get numbers on this darn chart, so I'm just going to read them to you, and I apologize for that. For 1920, which is the little line, La Gloria had 1, Fairview had 1 opening, Gonzales High School had 3, the district had 3 openings, and pupil services had a 0.6. So we're going across horizontally. At Fairview Middle School, which is the green, they had 1 opening in 1920, 1 in 2021, 2 in 21-22, and 7 in 22-23. So you can see a large jump. Gonzales High School in 1920 had 3, 2021, 3, 21-22, 6, and 22-23, 6. The district office, 1923, 2021, 3, 21-22, 0, 22-23, 5. And then pupil services, 1920, a 0.6, 2021, 0.6, 21-22, 4, and 22-23, 2. But you can kind of see a little bit of a pattern as we go further out from 1920. You can see at times, at least in two of the sites in particular, Fairview and Gonzales High School and the district, some dramatic increases in staff needs this time of year. Any questions on that slide? So this is taking a look at comparing our mid-June numbers for certificated staff advertised openings compared to surrounding districts during this same time. Again, what I did is I went on district websites and I went to their HR department and I clicked on their openings and I pulled that sheet. Sometimes they would refer me to EdJoin, and EdJoin had a listing, so I would just pull those numbers. So again, I've left phone calls. I'm not getting a lot in return at the moment. For whatever reason, I know people are gone or they're busy or whatever the case may be. So I had to go to these websites to get it in time. So the numbers that you see represent, at the bottom, you can see the legend. Gonzales is in orange, Greenfield is in green, Soledad is in purple, and Casey, that's actually King City Joint Union High School District and King City Union. I thought to make it fair, we had to combine the 2 at King City because there's 2 different districts there. So for Gonzales, we have 21 current openings at the time, Greenfield 16, Soledad 10, and King City Union had 15. Since drafting this presentation, we've hired a few positions. We've hired an assistant superintendent of business services. We've hired a 6th grade teacher, possibly a 5th grade teacher, and we have an assistant principal at La Gloria Elementary School, which I think is on the board agenda tonight for approval. So we're moving and in fact, if I was looking through my emails before I came here, there are a number of interviews set up. So we're working to get this resolved. I will be honest with you, when I walked in and I looked at that number, I was a little bit worried. 21 is a big number at this time of year. But as we've gone on, I feel a little bit better. We still have a lot of work to do, but we're getting there. And that's not having anything to do with me. It's through the hard work of the people at the sites and the people who are currently in that office. So here's some of the steps we're taking to recruit teachers at the moment. We advertise on EdJoin like many districts do. That's probably where most teachers and administrators go to look first for jobs. We have a district-wide postings. We put them up all over town. We put them in different areas, different MCOE, different places. We have our district website where we have job openings under the HR link. We've used LinkedIn, Indeed, and ZipRecruiter for the admin assistant only. And the reason that has been, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Marvin about this yet, to advertise on those websites, they charge per advertisement per day. And it's about anywhere from $19 to $28 per advertisement per day. Then I think we were looking, Sophia was telling me she was looking at someone on Indeed. And so if you actually choose that person to talk to, there is an additional charge that they charge you. So that's something we need to talk about if we want to continue and expand what we're advertising on those particular websites. There's going to be a cost associated with that. And depending on how long we advertise, it could add up to a little bit of money. So anyway, that's another way we're trying to get our openings out there. We are doing some out-of-country teacher recruitment through iBridge Global Services. And they provide a number of teachers. We've talked to them about special ed teachers. We have some needs in special ed, but a lot of those teachers will come from the Philippines. And we've also, Marvin and I talked about what my last year here as the HR director, I actually was working with the consulate in San Francisco, the Mexican and Spanish consulate. And they have a program. I was sharing this with Marvin. I don't know if they still have it. I have to reach out. But they had an exchange program with teachers, and you could bring teachers in that would be able to work for you for a period of time. And it was a really neat program. So I think our kids would really enjoy that, but that is definitely a possibility. And I will bring back information regarding that. In talking with the HR staff and including Hector, Dr. Galicia, he said that they attended a number of virtual jobs fairs in the spring of 22. And then I just had Joanna sign me up for a job fair July 28th. It's late, but I'm figuring if we have any late needs, it's worth a try. So I wanted to have something there just in case, whether it be me or the new HR director, whoever it is, that they've got one more opportunity at least to recruit some teachers before August. Because once August comes around, it's going to be very, very difficult to find folks. It's challenging now. So I think that's it. Do you have any questions?
Araceli, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Pat, for your presentation. I always like your visuals. They're so helpful. I do have a question about the Indeed. Being that it does have a cost to it, do you happen to know what the response is like? Do we get a good number of responses from Indeed?
So Sophia and I were talking about some of these websites, and actually it's funny you should mention, I think it was Indeed. And what she was doing, she was looking through the folks that they were sending us. Very few have educational background. Very few are working in school districts. Most of them are either corporate type secretaries or even folks with not necessarily executive secretary experience, more lower level. So she's deleting those as she goes. We talked a little bit about today. There is one person on there that is from Gonzales. So we haven't deleted her yet. We want to, think about that and give a local a shot. But yeah, the feedback so far is there aren't many folks that have a background in working in educational systems.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Caesar?
Hi. Yeah. Thank you.
As you know, turnover has been a big issue. The benefit of those on the internet. Turnover has been a big issue at our district for probably 10 years. Right? And I think, and this is not on you, obviously, you're helping us and we appreciate that, but maybe for the new director of HR, maybe they'll be watching this, we need somebody that moves fast. I hear stories, one of my tennis girls, she went to a job fair, Selena's, they offered her a job the same day. She said, no, I'm waiting on Gonzales. She did. She waited on Gonzales. It turns out she didn't get the job. That's okay, but the process that she had to go through was like a month long. She didn't even know she didn't get the job, by the way. And so that's just one anecdote. And there are many where folks say, hey, I applied, never heard back. So like we have been constantly shooting ourselves in the foot. Again, it's not on you. I appreciate your help.
Well, I was there for a year and a half, so some of it might be on me, but that's fine. I
No,
I can own it.
well, no, and I wasn't going there. Not with you. But it's been a trend, unfortunately,
Yes.
for too long.
Yeah.
Where we just got to do something that changes, and maybe we go to Soledad, maybe we go to RSJ, maybe we go to all these schools. It's called best practices, right? They do it in business. We just say, hey, you guys have something that's working. What are you doing? How are you doing it? How are you able to just offer a job the same day? Contingent that they're, past background checks and all that as they should, but to say, hey, we're interested in you. You convinced me. We want you, because those are the schools that are getting the, we see Soledad there at 10, right? I happen to know that their recruiting process is really good, really fast, and so to me, those numbers, they're not surprising. They're disappointing, but they're not surprising because they're not outliers. This is usually where we are, unfortunately. So hopefully our next, director of HR can come in here and say, hey, you know what? I get a clean slate because it hasn't worked. So I'm speaking for myself as one board member, but I know that I will be supporting that. And hopefully our board members as well, because, like you said, it is June. In fact, it's July in a couple of days, guys.
Yeah, you're right.
Contracts start in July.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and even with the 5 people, if my math is right, that's 15 positions in our district, in 4 days. Right. So, it doesn't cure that, but I'm just saying, in this process, really for the next director of HR, for the next admins and side admins, they need to start this in the fall. Like they need to start this like yesterday.
So can I comment on a couple things if you don't mind?
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing is I will tell you, I've seen this I used to go to a lot of recruiting fairs, and for special ed in particular, when I was the director of special ed. And there were districts that had everybody who were in the district office right there at the table. And so a candidate that they liked, that they wanted to offer a job, would start at the other end, go all the way to the end, and they would have a job by the time they got to the end of the table. They do all the reference checks. They do everything right there. At that time, that was very interesting to me. And we wanted to go in that direction. For whatever reason, we weren't able to. I know some of it has to do with getting people there and housing people and the cost of all that. But at this point, I think something like that would be worth it. And I think candidates love that because they leave the fair knowing, you know what, I've got a contract. I'm good. The other piece that I would add is that I was talking to Sophia today about, I want to know what kind of tracking system they're using right now, because I think sometimes we're getting lost in our own process. And so, even something as simple as an Excel sheet with our candidates on there and each step, and then check. So all of HR, all of you can see that board. And now we're all saying, okay, this person is at the onboarding step. Okay, that's Sophia. Boom, go Sophia. So those are the type of little pieces that I hope that while I'm here, I can help implement, but the next HR director certainly needs to look at it. I think it's a systems issue and making sure that there's a consistent system in place. And then being willing to invest in those virtual fairs. So if we get people, we can sign them up right there.
Thank you.
Those are
Pat.
my 2 cents.
Thank you, Pat. And so that's going to get angry with me, but I agree with you. It is a systems issue, but I believe it's also an issue of the board supporting something like that, right? Because if the board does that,
comment.
it's going to happen. Oh, no, I'm not
No.
trying to blame anybody,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying you need support in all your positions. When you guys have good ideas, you need support,
Yeah.
right? You need support from the board to say, hey, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's go with that. Let's do that.
Maria?
Thank you so much for your presentation and all the work that you and your team are doing. I look
course.
forward to meeting all the new people that you guys decide to bring on board.
Thank you, Brian.
Good luck with all the work you guys have to do. But I know you guys can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Pat, you know, I was happy that we were able to get you back. I know you were doing VP work for us. So the fact that we get you back into a role that you had, I appreciate you being here for us during
you.
this time of transition. And I have total faith that you are going to help us out in this time, having that experience there and in special ed. So thank you for the presentation and thank you for getting us. And I will say part of it, procedures, the checks. I will elaborate a little bit on Caesar's hiring practices. I will tell you, so all that does, you get an email, here's all your steps, and they check them off as you go. So not only does HR have it, but the employee has it, so they know who they should be hearing from.
Perfect.
So those are great practices that I hope that we get in because we do lose, I believe, a lot of candidates because of our procedures. And if you can even implement part of that before you leave, that's huge.
Okay.
Huge, huge.
I'll work on it.
Thank you so much, Pat. For
You're
being
very
here. I
welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Moving on to item 12.2, COVID-19 emergency funds update spending plan. And I believe this is by Scott and Yolanda.
I think it's just the attachment. So you guys have the attachment to look at. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just walk you through what this document is. This lists all of our emergency funds and it is split with a description of what each we're able to utilize it for. And it also tells you what our beginning balance was and what our current balance currently is. No? Oh, okay, got it.
Actually want it up there or if they were gonna see it through.
For the audience, it should be up.
Okay, so I'll walk you through the top part. So on there, like I said, it lists the funding that we have. It gives you the budget line. So what each line is allocated for, and it gives you the school year. So a lot of these emergency funds, some we only had them for this school year, some we have them for next school year, and so forth. And so you will see at the very end, the total allocation that we have for each. And then cost to be continued, that indicates those are estimates. That's looking at what we currently have this year. And once we exhaust our emergency funds, those are things that we're going to want to look at and look at other funding if we want to continue with that. Of course, this is a fluid plan. We wanted an opportunity to show you what we currently have and moving forward, of course, with your direction and the new superintendent's direction, this can change. But it's what we currently have in place.
I think it's important to realize that that cost to be continued column, if you add it all up, it looks like a really big number. But some of those are already funding sources that are ongoing, like the extended learning program that the state is putting a lot of money into. They will pick up some of these. Others you may decide, even though there's a number there, that ultimately we're not continuing it. And then others will be brought in. But that column is extraordinarily important because if you look out to 2027, 2026, 2027, when this money exhausts, if it exhausts that fast, because more money is being put in as you'll find out later. What do we want the district to look like at that point? And those things need to be incorporated into the ongoing district budget.
Scroll through the entire document, or how did you want to? Yeah, them too.
I think the idea was that you'd have this information. There is a plan. The plan is definitely changing. It's changed since yesterday when the governor announced the budget deal that was made. It's going to have to change some more because there's things in that budget will impact it. It will be changing all the way through the end of it as it ends. But there is a plan. It's being monitored and it will be adjusted for the best interest of the students of this district.
Not to mention, all the board members received this document on Friday, so they've had time to review as well. Araceli, any questions?
This makes me go dizzy, so I trust the process. Thank you guys for your report.
Caesar?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to clarify, the last column, the cost to be continued, those are, that's basically money that has been funded with grants or special, basically one-off or one-time money, correct? Is that what it?
Correct. So the costs there are being funded. Those are things that district may wish to continue out to the future. And if it does, it's going to have to find out somewhere else to pay that out of. Again, there's some sources, some large chunks of this week going over to the extended learning program, which will take care of a lot of dollars. But there's a lot of things that may want to continue. Fortunately, there's money to do that. It's just part of the decision-making of how to spend the money the district has available for new programs. So this has to be taken into account because you don't want to find yourself in 2026, all the money runs out, the one-time money runs out, and now we have programs that have to be paid for, but we spent every last dollar we have on other programs. There's going to have to be space left for these programs to come into.
Thank you.
Maria, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for making it very easy to read. So, Scott, I love your spreadsheets. So thank you. Any questions? No? No questions? We'll go ahead and move on to item 12.3. Adoption of the 2022-23 LCAP report and staff report. Yolanda's already up there.
So you have the LCAP attached, that 2 weeks ago is what we brought forth as the draft. And part of that conversation was looking at the supplemental and concentration funds that go into putting together the LCAP attached with the goals and the actions. So today, what I wanted to do, just to clarify some things, because there were some questions and I wanted to make sure that we were able to look at it so that you can see some of the funding might look like it is not a lot allocated for a specific action or an item, but when you look, we have other funding that's attached to it as well. And I wanted to, I know one of the things that came up last time, so I wanted to make sure to address that is the allocations to support our English learners. So the first thing that I would like to say is any program that we offer, whether it be before school, after school, winter intercession, spring, Saturday, it's offered to all of our students. They all have access to be able to attend. The English learner additional support services are in addition to, so they're above and beyond. And an example of that is our sites did way to reclassify this last year. And so specifically targeting our English learners, and that was a way to get them the additional support in hopes of getting them to get a 4 in the LPAC. So that is just an example of something that was done above and beyond. So if you look at all the different actions and items on the first one where you see the SNC grants, that's all the funds that were allocated to our LCAP, and that's what was presented 2 weeks ago. And then on the next column where you see other fund resources, that includes all of the different additional funding. Some of those are one-time funds and some of those are every year funds. For example, our title funds, they come to us every year. And so then you'll look at the total allocations for each of them at the very far end. A lot of these you'll also see, the connection is with our emergency funds document that you were presented. Everything is described for what those fundings can be utilized for.
I think Caesar, these are the ones, the numbers we discussed at the last meeting, so it not only shows the money, but the rest of the. funds. So. Araceli, any questions?
Sorry, no questions. I do appreciate the visuals are so much more easier to read. So I do appreciate that because for someone like me, it helps to better understand where the money's being spent and where it belongs. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Caesar, any questions or comments?
No, I just appreciate the report. This makes the picture complete. And not just, not just part of it, but the whole thing. So I really appreciate you guys putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, any questions?
I agree. It is a lot,
Easier to read.
it's more legible.
Mhm.
So it's easier to kind of stay focused on it. So thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. This is a lot easier to read, so I do appreciate that. And then I forgot to back up really quick. Besides the one email, do we have any other public comments for any of the? So just the one? Okay. Okay. Seeing as there's no public comments, and we have went through our board comments, can I get a motion to adopt? This is an action item, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Motion to adopt the 2022-23 LCAP report.
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 12.4, adoption of the proposed Gonzales USD 2022-23 budget. And that's Mr. Siegels back up the podium.
I think I'll be here a few times this evening. So there's a power or a slide presentation. If we'll get that up here in a second. There's a large document that you received. I'll kind of not going to go through the pages of that. I'll show you kind of where the different pieces are in there and then go through. That's the one. Okay. And you're going to expect me to do this. I'm totally incompetent and incapable of doing this thing. Okay. I got it. All right. So first of all, the budget assumptions, see pages 1 through 11 of the packet. So on pages 1 through 11, they go through some of the budget assumptions and just some narrative about the budget. First of all, we put a 6.56% cost of living adjustment into the budget. We know now that that is wrong by half. I'll get to that in just a few minutes. I did not know that, or we did not have any idea it would be that large as it ends up being. So the comment here is does not include likely augmentations to the COLA. I wrote that line before yesterday afternoon, and since yesterday afternoon, we now know that it does not include about another 6.5% that the governor is adjusting. So it did adjust ADA using both of the governor's proposals. If you remember, we had one proposal from the governor was to allow districts who are in declining enrollment to use an average of 3 years, which will help smooth out the declines. It does allow for that. And it allows us to use just for the 21-22 school year, that's this school year, where our students decided not to attend at the traditional 95%, but more like at an 88 or 89% attendance rate. We're allowed to go back and grab the attendance rate from 2019-20, right before COVID, and apply that to the enrollment this year, or the year we're just about to end, and which will produce a higher fictitious ADA amount. It'll boost it up, and that will help. That 3-year average will be a little bit bigger because that 21-22 number is disappointingly low right now. The current salary increase that we did for 5%, or that's for 5% for all groups, is included for the 22-23 budget. However, in the estimated actuals for the current year, it has not been included. So I do expect to have the 21-22 numbers, the anticipated ending balance, be somewhat lower than you're seeing, because that is over $1 million that will hit that budget for the current year. We also established a routine and repair maintenance account, or reestablished it. I think the district did have it, as I talked to some people, at some point in the past. And the idea there is 3% of district general fund expenditures are set aside for routine repair and maintenance. That actually ends up being a little bit over $1 million. However, when the calculations were first done, not everything was included. So we're gonna have to make an adjustment of about $350,000 that's not currently in the budget. At first interim, we'll have to put that in. But in going around the sites, I think it really is going to be helpful for your sites to bring that maintenance contribution up to that $1 million level. If you do that for a number of years, you're going to start seeing a difference in how your sites look and the state of repairs. It's very important. There's a reason the state requires or wants to require a 3% set aside, because it happens to be around the right amount when districts do it year in and year out, that starts making their facilities sparkle. And it's really important for kids to be in schools where they look around and say that somebody must care a lot about me to put me in a building that looks this good. And that's what we want. And then finally, there's a number of adjustments. You'll see those on the next slide. Those will be addressed at the 45-day, or outlined in the 45-day letter that has to be done by middle of August. I will not be doing that 45-day letter, but somebody will be. Can't imagine who that might be. So yesterday, until about 2 o'clock yesterday, I wrote on this slide, no word as of yet, or something like that. I was going to have that be what was on here. And then about 4 o'clock, I looked at my email. I was like, oh my gosh, a budget deal was struck. So a budget deal has been struck. We don't have all the details. We have the big basic points I put on here. There's a lot of small points I did not put on here because they'll have to be, they're small. I wanted to focus on the big ones. And then there's a lot of information about how these are going to be implemented that we don't know yet, but I just want to run down them for you. So it's a 13% increase to the local control funding formula, 13% increase. And I think they came up with that because the governor wanted 10 and the legislature wanted 16. And I think they simply literally split the difference. That may not be the best way to make policy, but sometimes that's how sausage gets made. It allows the districts, as I said, to use 3-year average for ADA, allows districts that offered independent study this year to use the 1920 attendance percentage for purposes of calculating the 21-22 ADA. That means districts that allow students to continue to learn remotely. I believe we had students doing remote learning this year. Yes, good. So we meet that and we're fine. Now there are 2 large block grants. They weren't the same as I was hoping they would be. They're larger than they originally were proposed. One is a learning recovery block grant. It's funded based on the proportion of students that are on the unduplicated count, the UPP, unduplicated pupil percentage. This district has a very high one of those. It's $7.9 billion statewide. And just doing some mental math, I believe it will be somewhere between $2 and $3 million in that block grant for Gonzales. If I'm wrong, it's probably I'm too low. Okay. That's just. No, I'm sorry, I was saying that wrong. Between $1 and $2 million, not 2 and 3. Between $1 and $2 million. If I'm wrong, it's because it's going to exceed $2 million. There's an arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. It's still not exactly clear what that means, whether you can use it for salaries or not, whether you can hire a music teacher or not. In the next few weeks, we'll get that information as the trailer bills go through, as this legislature cleans up the uncertainty in these. And then as information becomes available for staff to attend things like the school services budget conference. That is $3.5 billion statewide. That's funded by ADA. I'm going to go and say that, okay, I just may have made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to the first one. There was just a minute here, but this one will be about $500 per student. For Gonzales, that'll be about $1 million. The other one will be about $2,000. I'm sorry, between $1,000 and $2,000 per student. So for Gonzales, it will be in the $3 million ballpark. I can't give you exact numbers because we don't know. Those are just not available yet. There's a large increase to the ongoing expanded learning opportunity programs. When you look back at how this budget interacts with other things you've already seen this evening on that column of programs that will need to be continued when the one-time COVID funding runs out, this large extended learning block opportunities block grant or extended learning opportunity program will be able to take on a lot of the after-school programs and summer school that's currently being funded out of the COVID money. So it will allow continuation without having to go search for a place in the budget. There's increased transportation funding. That could be very profound for this district. I don't have a number right now, but it could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of increased funding. This is a district with a very, very high rate of transportation given its size. As a way of example, your bus fleet is not that much different than the bus fleet I was used to in a district that was 14,000 ADA. And then there's a one-time, this is outside of Prop 98, and it's only important for an item that's coming later in the meeting. The governor and the legislature have agreed to put $4.2 billion of state revenue towards the school facility program for new construction and modernizations to help with the backlog of projects in line. Now, you don't have a project in line right now, but to the extent that that 4.2 billion shrinks the line, that's good news for you. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. And it says more details to follow because more details will be following in August. When you have a board meeting, you'll get some of those and you'll maybe see that 45-day letter and how it impacts your budget. So just a quick other elements of the budget packet. There's the criteria and standards on pages 12 to 15. There's a list of those, summary. We don't meet some of the criteria and standards. It says not met when we don't. It's not abnormal to not meet some of them. There's just an explanation. Some of it has to do with the wild swings of funding that the state is doing right now. And so meeting the traditional levels of variances is hard when you're getting these giant increases and all this one-time funding. There's also the district is in declining enrollment, and that has an impact on it as well. There's one that I, again, will call out that we did not meet the criteria and standards because we did not correctly set aside the right amount for the routine repair and maintenance account, which is fine because we can adjust that later on. And it's money that needs to go towards maintenance anyway, so it will be well used. There's a thing about balances on page 19. There's a slight adjustment from what you saw in the last meeting due to just some cleanup that was on the budget between the proposal that you saw 2 weeks ago and today. The education protection account resolution, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, is on the pages there. The SACS forms, which are all of the lines of the actual budget, and show you the budget are on the pages shown. And then there's multi-year projections. Of note to me on the multi-year projections, each year shows a small surplus, meaning you're spending a little bit less than you're taking in. And to see that on a multi-year projection to me means you have space in your budget. I'm going to show you that in just a minute another way. It's a very important point. There is room in the budget, and there will be more room in the budget when you add what the governor and legislature have done beyond what we budgeted for you to add some programs. If you take into account the column on the right-hand side of the item earlier tonight, that, what do we want to include in the future? And there's still going to be plenty of room to do all the things that you want to do. And that you need to do. So you're going to have an opportunity coming up in the next few weeks to month and a half to make some decisions, at least some preliminary decisions, and then get maybe a bigger process started. How are we going to spend some of this money? We need to spend it, right? Because it will help kids. And then the last thing I'm going to end with is the thing you've seen before, graph you've seen before. I have two different versions of it. President Daniels is nodding her head. You recognize that from back in January, late January, probably. To me, when I'm talking to boards, the most important thing about your budget is how much you got at the end and how is it changing. Not that you want to build up reserves forever, because the idea is to spend the money on kids. So our reserves in this district may be touching a point where we're over reserving and we need to start spending some money. And there's some ways to do that. You can see this shows the ending balance as a percentage. Now it's a little distorting because the COVID money is kind of distorting the percentages a little bit. So on the last slide, normally I like the percentages better normally, but right now I'm going to go to dollar amounts instead because it's not as distorted, and it's not a huge difference, but there is a difference. Look where your bar is starting under 22-23 for the adopted budget. You're starting at a very, very high place, and it is typical for you. If you look at the far left on each year, that's above the A, where your adopted budget, and what you gain between that and the U, which is unaudited actuals, is a fairly significant jump. I expect the same type of jump could occur, although it's going to be tempered by the pay increase you just gave, which is good because your reserves, that will help tamp down your reserves a little bit. But there's usually money that's picked up as we close the books. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that balance maintain, if not grow a little bit, but we'll have to see when the books actually close. Just the point is that you're starting at a very high place and you will go higher, but you're not, because this year you're going to spend some money and you're going to, and hopefully maybe even have a year where it goes down through the year as you commit some funds, just with caution if you don't want to get into a pattern where it's heading downhill too hard, because then you'll have to make a correction that you don't want to make. So we want you to get some idea that there's some spending to be done. That's a great thing. You have a new superintendent, a new team coming in. They need to prioritize with you and then start rolling it out. Faster, the better.
Excellent.
Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Araceli, any questions?
So I think what feels good to me is you kind of said, you made a statement where you said the school, you want the kids to come to school and to look around and to say that, wow, this school cares about me. And I know I'm very excited to see what we're going to do with the facilities money and some of the maybe upgrades that are coming, and how can we make this a district that just looks enticing and beautiful and kids can walk into proudly. I'm looking forward. It's very, again, I appreciate the visuals because it does help me understand where we're at. So I am looking forward to see what programs we can bring in that we've been lacking, that, you know, a lot of people have been asking for. And so I guess my question is, because you said like in a few weeks or months, this is when we look at spending. So are those decisions made like in the beginning of the year?
So under ideal circumstances, those decisions should be made last winter.
Oh,
but we're not in ideal circumstances right now, and the money is available. So some of it we couldn't have known last winter that there was going to be the kind of increase in funding from the state that there is right now.
okay.
But we also knew last winter that there was money available. We could see it. And if you remember me talking to you last winter, there was something there. So now is when we know. So while it may be a little late for spending all of the money, and we may have to figure out how we're going to roll it out over the coming year or year and a half, it's not too late to start thinking about some of it being spent. And so the sooner you can get together and the sooner you can, as a group and ponder those decisions and have staff present to you options, the better.
So when you talk about when we talk about spending the money and developing programs, is this money that when we develop, if we develop programs or make it go to new programs, is this long-term spending or is this short-term spending money?
You could do either one, but there is money for long-term. There's an ongoing budget surplus in this district that needs to be directed not to the reserves, because if you don't do anything, the reserves are going to continue to build up. And money in the bank does not educate kids.
Yes.
So you've got plenty of money in the bank, and now you need to think about how can we spend this budget surplus on a way that's going to help our kids right now. For example, if you wanted to hire a music teacher for the elementary school, I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just throwing it out as an example. That would be something that it would be an ongoing cost, but your budget can hold that. And there's certainly space for that.
Okay, that's actually not a bad example.
It's a hypothetical.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Absolutely.
your presentation.
Caesar, questions?
Thank you, Scott. I'm always impressed with your presentations.
Thank you.
The best news, I don't know about the best, they would say not to, say absolutes, but I'll say it. The best news somebody can tell you when you're a board member is that you got plenty of money to spend. And you keep telling us this. So I keep believing it. And
Well,
I do believe it.
Good.
So no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm telling you that because I think there's been a hesitancy, and I don't want you to go on a binge where you spend more than is advisable, but there is some money that needs to be spent, and it's not a small amount.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not speaking out of line. I probably am, but we did give a big $1 million raise to all our employees, and to show that we value them. There have been, and we say this many times, a lot of programs that have been axed for one reason or the other, but the reality is they're not here anymore.
Mhm.
Music, choir, guitar, I can go on and on and on and on and on. So this just tells me that, wow, like you're saying, I see, I love your idea. When you said music, I think we all know the programs that have been eliminated. That could be, I'm just saying, speaking as one board member, that could be our blue sheet or blueprint for maybe what to bring back, right? If we need ideas, maybe go back to what we used to have. The kids love to have, again, just speaking on my own. Go ahead, Scott.
No, that's-
Oh, you sounded like you wanted.
No,
yeah.
I'm nodding my head. And,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, no, I just, and so, I think we have no money, or sorry, no money, we have money. I had no time to waste, in regards to, as a board, trying to figure out and work with our new leadership team to say, hey, we got to start spending some money the right way, right? And bring back programs. That to me is spending money the right way, where you offering, kids services. One little thing that you mentioned, that kind of caught my ear is that you're saying that our transportation budget is really high in regards to the ADA.
Just that's not necessarily a criticism at all, because not all districts are created equal. If this was San Francisco Unified, you would have no home to school transportation budget, because every kid who needed a ride would take the Muni. So you have very large districts in the state that have zero home to school transportation budget. The district I was in was very compact in a lot of ways. The bulk of the population was in one area. We had some country routes that were the bulk of what we bused, but for the size of this district, that wasn't as much. You have a very large geographical area that you cover, and that makes you go out.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you shouldn't look at transportation and see, are we spending what we want to spend? Are we spending the right amount? My comment was that you are going to see, because you have a large transportation cost, the state is looking at that and going to try to fund some of that.
That's wonderful.
So exactly how they're going to do it, I don't know, and how much it will translate into. I'm just saying it could be in terms of a few $100,000 more.
Yeah,
it could.
And when you said that, I was thinking, oh goodness, sports is always saying, hey, how come nobody pays for our transportation? Right. And I'm like, maybe there is a source there.
Well, and we're dealing with that in the budget in terms of the athletic transportation. We talked about this last week. I don't want to, or 2 weeks ago, I don't want to pound on it.
I do.
I
want to make it obvious to everybody about this good news.
Okay, so I'll say it again. The district needs to cover the cost of athletics, including transportation, uniform replacement, and all those things, with a reasonable contribution from the ASB that they get through GATE. And that's how it should work. We should not be begging parents and community members to fund the basics. Okay.
Thank
So I
you.
said it again. That's
Thank
what you
for
wanted, right?
saying it. Yes, yes. I was trying to reel you in on that. I appreciate that.
Maria?
Yes. I'm not sure if it's the energy drink or your presentation. I am super pumped. I'm so excited to just be reassured that we do have money there to spend for our students. We need to make sure that our students leave here well-rounded. They deserve it. It's a small community. We can do it. So thank you for that reassurance. Every time I would try to discuss, certain programs being removed, it was always, funding. It was always being blamed on money. And that was my frustration. I'm not a money girl. I'm not. So I couldn't really have a educated or good conversation in regards to what we can do, right? In regards to funding. So, this reassurance is amazing, and I'm excited to see what we can do with it. Thank you, Scott.
I think I have told you before, from the very first time that you came and gave us a report, it was one of the first times that I read a full budget report, because it's very easy to read. So I appreciate that. And I'm suggesting that we put your quote up somewhere in the district office where it
I
says
think on the district website, maybe.
that money in the bank does not, educate children. I wholeheartedly agree with that. One of the platforms I ran on was where our program's going. So knowing the fact that we can bring back some of those programs, our visual and performing arts took a big cut. So if we can, in my opinion, if we can bring any of that back, that would be great, because as we all know, board members have talked about previously, is we lose children to other districts because of the programs we no longer have. And so if we can bring those back, that in turn will cut down on our inter-district transfer. So this is great news. Thank you for making it so easy to read.
Absolutely.
So appreciate it.
Absolutely. I would leave you with this on this item. There is plenty of money to expand programs. There's not unlimited money. So you want to just be, I want to reel back in the enthusiasm, just it's not too much, just a tiny bit, just that reality will hit in. We have to balance the needs of expanding programs with the needs of paying attention to the right-hand column on the list that Mrs. Barber showed you with the things that may need to continue. And you have employees that will need to be compensated in a time of high inflation. You have money to do all those things and keep a well-balanced budget with a good, healthy reserve. Good, healthy reserves buy you time in two ways. If there's an economic downturn, they buy you time to adjust and cushion. And if you accidentally go a little too far in your desire to add programs back, it buys you time to ponder and think about what you need to do to bring it back in a little bit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Seeing as that closes board questions and comments, can I get a motion to approve item 12.3
So moved, Dale.
or 12.4?
Second, Araceli.
I wanted to clarify, it was 12.4. So it was moved by Mr. Ione and second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.5. I know Scott's not moving anywhere. It's adoption of resolution number 2021-22-30, Education Protection Account, the EPA, for the 2022-23 planned and the 2021-22 for estimated expenditures.
And just here to answer any questions if you have them. It's a routine item that comes to you every year.
Araceli, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Caesar, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
I also have no questions. Can I get a motion to approve 12.5? Oh, it's a resolution, so roll call vote.
Board President Gonzales Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas,
Yes.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
Passes 4-1. Jose absent.
Moving on to item 12.6, Healthy Kids Climate Survey, Ms. Katis.
Good evening, board members and the community. I'm gonna go like this because I won't be able to see what I'm presenting. Oh, no, it's not yet there. So I'm glad that we're talking about LCAP and how we spend all our monies, because my presentation tonight is actually part of that whole LCAP development process. So when we do develop the LCAP, it's informed by input by stakeholders. So we gather input from stakeholders by means of surveys, focus groups, when we have input like this from the public or from meetings during staff meetings with parents or site meetings with staff, DAC, DLAC, all those forums are places that we gather input from the public. So tonight's presentation is part of that gathering feedback from the community. And the climate survey results that I'll be presenting tonight are actually part of the local metrics that were used to inform the adjustments that were needed in our current LCAP. So at the bottom of this slide, you'll see the 4 LCAP state priorities that will be touched on or touched on by the results of the surveys that were administered. So from the period of Feb 3rd to around April 11, we opened an LCAP survey to the community, and this is for parents, students, and staff. Around that same time, we also opened a climate survey for the community. And there were 3 types of surveys that were released as well. And the type of questions that were asked, of course, is intended to the specific audience, which in this case is students, staff, and parents. So the survey that was administered was not a district-created survey. It came from the California survey system. And for the kids survey, only students from grades 5, 7, and 9 and 11 were the ones who participated. All survey participation was voluntary and anonymous, and parent surveys are available in English and Spanish, and the surveys administered to staff and students were available online. As for the parents, there's an online version of the survey, and then there's also a paper version of the survey. So that way we can gather more responses. So on this slide, you will see the numbers and percentages of students from each site for the specified grade levels who opted to answer the survey for the students. So there's a target participation rate of 70% that was set by the system, and the intent of that participation target is for to get more valid and reliable results. On this slide, you'll see the number of staff from each site that participated, and this accounts for all classified and certificated staff members that opted to take the survey. So we have about, I believe, 200 something staff members. So you'll see on this slide, we have a total about half of our staff members participating. So don't get confused about the pie chart on the right. So let's say, if you look at GHS, there's 42% of staff members participated out of the 115. So that's 42% of the half, if that makes sense. Now, as for parents, we have this number of parents who participated in the survey. So survey promotion was done through various mediums, like we did social media, we did all calls, it also happened during parent meetings at the sites so that we can encourage more parent participation. We had more parents answer the parent LCAP survey, and unfortunately, this is the only number of parents that opted to participate for the parent climate survey. Now, on this slide, you see the 4 indicators that the survey intends to measure that are related to school climate and health, school climate, health, and learning. And under each indicator, you'll see a varying number of measures. And then I included columns that would indicate which groups were asked types of questions that are specific to that measure. So you'll see some questions are just geared towards staff and parents. Some are just specific to students. But then there are questions that are geared towards all the stakeholder groups, and then those we triangulated in the result. You'll see a triangulation of those results later. Okay, so let's look at the first indicator, which is student learning and engagement. So under student learning and engagement, you'll see the following 3 measures. And the percentages of degrees that the students agreed on questions such as, let me give you some examples. Like, for example, a student would be asked, do you keep working on your schoolwork until you get it right? So that speaks of the academic motivation measure. Parents would be asked questions like, that my child likes coming to school, and then they would rate the degree that they agree or disagree with that statement. For the school connectedness measure, a statement will be given that would say, I feel like I am part of the school, and then the students would provide a rating of the degree to which they agree or disagree. Now, on this slide, you'll see purple is for La Gloria, green is for Fairview student results, and orange is for high school student survey results. The yellow bar is for the staff results, while the blue bar is for parents. On the graph, you'll also see like a line that I put in the middle, and that's the state average. So you'll see, like, just for the purpose of explaining that, for academic motivation, La Gloria student responses were above the state average, while our secondary students rated below the state average. Now, for the measure about attendance problems, you'll see on a parenthesis that there's a negative sign. For measures that have that marker, your goal is to have low results, because a high bar would mean that we do have attendance problems. So particular for this slide, for the results from staff, the staff responses went above the state average. Any questions? Okay. Now for the next indicator, we have school climate conditions, and under that we have the following 6 measures. So again, purple is La Gloria, green, Fairview, and orange is the high school. And then we also have the staff and parent results there, and the bars that would indicate the state averages. For some measures, the state average, like for example, the La Gloria state, the state average for elementary students in rating their facilities as quality or in good condition, the state average for elementary is at 77. Meanwhile, for secondary, the state average was at 42%. And as you can see from the results of this slide, our secondary level students rated the conditions of our facilities low. For the next indicator, we have student social, emotional, and physical well-being. And then under that, you have the following 4 measures. So for school safety, for that, the students were asked questions pertaining to whether they agree or disagree that their school is a safe place. They indicate whether from their perception, there's a problem in terms of harassment or bullying that are occurring at the sites, or whether students are demonstrating a lot of mental health risks. For the substance use problem questions specific for this slide, that measure was only asked of students. That were only asked from staff and parents. So related to that last measure, we have the following that were only asked of students. So for these, students were asked questions such as to provide like an honest response, like whether they've consumed alcohol or used drugs, or whether they've seen a peer consume alcohol or use drugs while on school premises. And the same for use of tobacco and vaping. And as for the school violence perpetration measure, the type of questions that were asked is whether they've brought a weapon to school, or whether they've seen a peer bring a weapon to school. And so as you can see, based on our student responses, we are well below the state average. Now for the 4th indicator, we have school climate improvement practices. So for these measures, it was only asked of staff and parents, because it speaks of initiatives that our district does in terms of providing our students learning supports so that they can indicate the degree to which they agree or disagree that our schools are providing that for students. Same for provision of social emotional supports, whether they perceive that our school has discipline and order, whether we have initiatives that we provide our students to prevent substance use or bullying prevention. So now all those results taken together were part of the LCAP development process. I believe like a month ago, the whole LCAP survey results were presented to you. And like at the last board meeting, the actual LCAP was presented to you guys for approval, and today the money pieces. So all these survey results that I just presented right now are all part of that document. And some of the adjustments that were done under goal 1 are on the bullets listed on the right side of the table. And then since the survey is specific to climate, then goal 3, of course, has a lot of actions that are more specific to improving school climate and culture. So there are also more initiatives and adjustments that were made on the actions under that goal. And that's it.
Araceli, any questions or comments?
Ms. Katis, did we meet the goal of participants answering the surveys?
Not for students, only for 7th and 11th. I can go back.
11.
I was just wondering because, it'd be nice. I'd like to see what the numbers would look like if more of our kids really engaged in doing the surveys. And I was wondering, is this survey purely, does it have to be voluntary, or are these things that we can kind of include and have the kids do during school hours?
Okay,
Like,
so
like
I have a
homework.
couple of theories on why like 5th grade may be lower than usual, because 5th grade, we need active consent from the parents. So if we don't get those forms back, then we don't administer the survey to them. The assumption is that it's a no, because we don't have the active consent. For our students in the upper grade, 7th grade and above, the requirement is to only provide passive consent, which is like if parents don't want their child to participate, then they give us a paper telling us, I don't want my child to participate. So if we don't receive anything from the parents for that grade level band, then they would be administered the survey.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Caesar?
Yeah. My question is actually more to or similar to Araceli's. They always tell us something in statistics class, which I really disliked a lot. But they talk about sample sizes, right? That if you don't have a sample size, your results are not very reliable.
That's true. That's why the participation was at 70%.
And so, and I think across the board, the participation rate was pretty bad. If you look at staff, that's our employees, right? The way that it was presented there is, but you highlighted it, but somebody might not actually know, but or realize it is that LGE, the 10%, it says 15, that's more like 7.5% because it's half, right?
Yeah.
FMS is 41%. That's pretty good, but still, 41%. And GHS is 21% of our staff that participated there, right? Our staff, you correctly point out, is over 200. I think, I don't know if this is apathy or what, it's, to me, I'm a little disappointed that our staff, because their input in all these different groups, their input is really valuable, right? Because we base our funding on this, right? This is how we substantiate our funding. And then we go to parents, right? Only 4 parents at FMS participated, right? Only 7 parents at Gonzales participated. LG did better, 31. But that's still out of probably 200, right? Actually, no, I'm sorry, 1,000. right? LG's got about 200 per class times 5, it's 1,000.
One response usually.
Yeah, unless they're super parents and both respond. So I could be wrong, but thank you for pointing it out because the numbers could be even worse because it could be from the same household. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, saying that it's multi-household, but my point is still the same. And right, thank you for the passive consent. I was not aware. So I think that probably does have something to do with the 5th grade numbers being 17%. 7th grade, 98% fill them out. The 9th graders, 18%. So I think the 9th grade teachers need to go talk to the 7th grade teachers about how are they doing it, right? Best practices, right? You're doing something right. I'm going to go ask you, what are you doing right? So I can copy it. That's the proper copying we should be doing, right? And the reason is that the reason I'm bringing this up is because these numbers, these sample sizes, and then we go and say, well, 60% of our students believe that, or 80% believe this. Well, yeah, but based on who, like 3 answered, right? So it just makes it really, really unreliable. And what's unfortunate is that, of course, we have to take big, consequential decisions on how do we manage a 35 million, 40 million budget, Mr. Scott Siegel, right? And sometimes based on these surveys that I'm sorry, but 4 parents at FMS, right? What do 4 parents in FMS think? You know what? Their opinion is very important, but I would really like to hear about the majority of the parents, what the majority think, because that's probably a more kind of informed, view of what the parents think. What the solution is for this, I don't know. I think it has to do with motivation. But I think that we should have some type of motivating our staff and our parents and our students to participate. I like Araceli's point about, maybe the 11th grade teachers, they made it part of their class. Like you have to complete this survey kind of thing. 82% is pretty good. Maybe the 7th grade teachers did that. Right. The outreach to the parents, that's a little bit tougher, but not impossible. We have a parent coordinator. And then the outreach to the staff, I think that's on leadership, right? That's on side admin to inspire their staff to, hey, take ownership of this institution where you're working at. We need your input. We need your input to so that we know what you think. We can't read your mind. Because then it makes the results of these surveys a lot more, frankly, useful. This could be right, but based on the sample size, I have no idea.
We want a representative sample.
Yeah, it's not representative, and so it's nice to have, but it's a big, big asterisk, in my view. Yeah.
Maria?
Well, I have an idea. Whenever the students require a consent form to fill out the survey, maybe can we add that form into the registration packet so that they can fill that out prior?
The climate surveys, the school climate surveys are administered every other year. So this is actually like midpoint. We used the first survey from 2020, good before COVID hit, because if we did climate surveys when COVID hit, then we won't really have like a result that we want that's representative of an open school, right? So we had that result that informed the LCAP development, the 3-year LCAP development, and then this survey was midpoint, and then we'll administer it again in the next and biannually. Mhm.
So is it a possibility to include a form like that every
We-
year that
we
we're gonna
could.
do it? Because I do like that suggestion.
We could.
Also,
I flag it for the ones who don't have permission on airing somehow. Oh.
I do think a huge part, Cesar, you had said, how do we fix it? I think a big part of it is communication, setting up those communications, those lines of communication. And, thankfully, we're going to be moving into Parent Square, because I will tell you, have I filled these out? Yes. Do you want to know why? Because I get it on my phone and I could click the link and I go into it, because I would guess guesstimate about 99% of our parents get a text, are able to get a text message. I could be wrong, but it's just a lot more accessible. And I got a text reminder, if you didn't fill out the form, please go in and fill it out. So when I didn't do it, so having that capability, and it just opens up, like I said, the communication for parents to be like, oh, yep, I have to go in there and do that because the school's asking. Setting that as a regular protocol when it comes to these surveys will get the parents, the staff. I agree that it needs to be a part of, and a lot of the surveys that we do, for example, for ninth grade, if it's just to be a part of
Passive consent.
yeah, if it's a passive, then we should be first period, have all your students take the survey, and then we have it done. Because obviously, like I said, 7th and 11th grade, we're able to get that done. So it is hard to look at the data when you're looking at the numbers that we have. So it's how reliable, I don't know. Glad we have some, but
I'm glad that you pointed out like the communication and engagement issues, because I believe that also came out as the need to improve in that area was also a need that came out from our LCAP parent survey, and hence all the adjustments that were made and Parent Square coming in.
yeah, with that coming, I mean, I get everything, an email, a phone call, a text, you name it. We've got it all. And I think that will help get the information out and remind parents. And then you're able to send out directly to those parents, hey, you haven't taken the survey, don't forget. And I get it, my husband gets it as well. And he'll usually ask me, did you complete this? Because I got this. So
You get to be super parents.
yeah. No, he won't fill it out. I end up filling it out. But it's just, somebody talks, hey, I got this text. So like I said, I think that will help get better data for, informing our decisions moving forward.
I agree.
Thank you. And this is just an informational item, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 12.7, district-wide facility planning.
And I'm back. So you should have a slideshow, but there's also a document we're not going to bring up on the screen, but that I want you to have near you. Did you get something like this?
Oh.
On the dais somewhere. It's just a list of questions. So I'm going to torment you a little bit. I'm going to leave you with more questions and answers tonight. Because there's a lot of questions that will need to be answered over the next couple of years. And the idea with this is to give you the idea of what those questions might be. And there may be others. So glad I finally figured this out on my last board meeting. The clicker. All right. So the first slide here, I'm going to go through very quickly. I'm not going to read it. It's a list of acronyms because we're going to use acronyms a lot. And so I want to give you those. You can refer back to them. There are probably others I should have put on there, but we can always add them later. Next slide is the district facility team. So in the district, there are some key players on that team, and there are some consultants who are key players. The board, the superintendent, the CBO, the MOT director. You've got quite a few of that group in the room tonight. Your consultants, there is a key consultant. He's actually here tonight, and I appreciate him for the second board meeting in a row, wading deep into the agenda to be here for this. And I appreciated his help putting this together, and that is Louis Vargas. So he is here, and my experience has been with facility programs or construction programs. The architect is like is your quarterback. Okay, from the outside consultant, probably your CBO is your quarterback in district. But there's others. There's a facility consultants, and this district has them. They work in Sacramento to work with the state agencies. We don't have the expertise locally unless you're like LA Unified or a very large district to go up to Sacramento and interact with some of the state agencies. So we need help with that. And you have that. There's an inspector of record, building inspector, who makes sure that when things are constructed, that they're actually to specs and meet certain requirements. Your legal counsel will be a huge piece of the team, or part of the team. There's a testing lab that makes sure that like when concrete is poured, that it's to the right strength, or welds are to the right strength. There's a lot of other things they do. I don't understand all of them. And then if you're using, I'll talk later about the lease back delivery method, but if you're using that, main contractor becomes another key part of your team. So on to the first of our two big programs. So the school facility program has a new construction program. Now, the school facility program has more than just the two programs we're going to go through tonight. They have a lot of small programs. One of them actually got you the Fairview Gym. It was the dual use program. Okay. But we're not going to spend a lot of time with those because those are specialty programs. Most of your construction that you do, either new construction or modernization, is going to be in one of those. It's going to be from one of those two programs. And so now the new construction program is a 50-50 program, meaning the state gives you 50 cents, you put in 50 cents and you build your school. Unfortunately, the state doesn't have the math correct because they don't know how they seem incapable of fully funding these things. And it's gotten a little better over the years. Would you say a little better? A little bit. It was really bad like in the early 2000s. It was horrific. It's gotten a little better since then. But I always called it a 33-67, 1/3, 2/3. So the state's going to give you about 1/3 of the money and you're going to have to come up with 2/3. That may not be exactly accurate. It may not be quite that bad. Maybe it's a 40-60, but you need to be aware that the state is not going to give you enough money to build half of the project. You're going to have to figure something else out. So eligibility for this program is based on what are called unhoused students. Now, people think of unhoused students, they think about kids learning on the playground because they aren't in a classroom, and that's not how it really works. An unhoused student can be a kid who's learning in a portable, can be a kid who hasn't come to the district yet because they're going to be moving into a subdivision that has maps that's a lot far along on the planning stage. Those all count as unhoused students. And what the district or the state does is basically has the district do a calculation and figure out how many unhoused students do you have. And those unhoused students generate dollars. If there's going to be 600 students for an elementary school, then supposedly each of those students would generate 1/600th of the cost of an elementary school, each of those unhoused students. But each student produces a certain amount of money the state will fund. So the district, when you apply for one of these, a new construction project, you're basically saying, we're going to build a certain number of classrooms. The state has a loading standard depending on what kind of student it is. And what you're basically making a promise to the state is that we're going to build a certain number of classrooms. And that becomes the driving part of your construction plans. Is if we said we're going to build enough classrooms for 600 students, and maybe that number would be, do some quick, 24 classrooms, 25 classrooms, something like that, then we have to build 24, 25 classrooms, whatever it is. The state expects that. If we don't do it, the state's going to want their money back. And Louise, you're going to tell me if I say anything wrong, right? I'm okay so far? I'm on it. Okay. It's been a while since I've dealt with the school facility program. Now the state pays for 50% of the cost of purchasing and dealing with acquiring the land. And that they actually do pay 50% because they base it on what you actually paid for the land, assuming you meet the criteria. You don't just pay some wild price. There is a way to pay a wild price. And if you get to that point, I can talk to your CBO about how you can pay a wild price and still get the state to pay for it. Or pay for half of it, but you have to still pay for the other half. So you want to be careful of not doing that. Now, there's a big problem at the state. The state has a giant waiting list of people in line for the money for these programs. It used to be, I remember times where we would put in our application for funding, and then a month later, a giant check would arrive. A wheelbarrow full of money would arrive at the district to help build our school, like the next month. It hasn't been that way for a long time now. Now you're waiting years. How many years now is it? Any idea? Is it a couple of years? Right. So a lot of districts are going and paying the state's 33 cents and their 67 cents or whatever it ends up being, and then waiting and getting reimbursed before they can move on to the next project. That works if you have a lot of money. It doesn't work if you don't. So there is a backlog measured in years, not months. So the process on this, make sure I'm on the right side. Okay, there's a process. Now this is some and not all of it, and there's a lot of complexity to it. That's why we have a lot of consultants who help us when we buy sites and get the planning for new school. So CDE evaluates and approves the site location. They must approve the educational specifications. Now you can work on the educational specifications before you actually have the site done. some of the steps can be done simultaneously. DTSC, which if you look at the acronym thing, is something about toxic substances. So they have to clear the site. That's can be a little more challenging in a agricultural area, say, if hypothetically your site was farmland and people were spraying who only knows what on the land, or if there was a laundromat there, it was dumping laundromat chemicals into the soil. Then if it's like, you know, untouched virgin forests or something like that, which you probably shouldn't be building on anyways. There's a CEQA process, the California Environmental Quality Act, and that takes some time. So again, some of these things can be running simultaneously. Once you've acquired the land, your architect can really start putting the planning process in earnest. You can do some of the planning process ahead of time. You can decide this is what the building's going to look like, but I can't really fully do what's going to the foundation and siting everything, where they're going to be on the site until I know what the site is. So I've got to do soil testing. There's a lot of things that have to happen. But the Division of State Architect has to approve the plans. So from the start from the very first bullet there, all the way to the DSA saying, hey, here's your plans, you're approved, is probably at least, I'm going to say at least a 2-year process. Now I'm going to look over here and see, does that sound about right? At least 2 years? And it can be longer than that, especially if you're spending a lot of time cleaning up toxic waste out of the soil on a site or something like that. And it can be longer than that just because the planning process going through DSA was backlogged for a while, and depending which field office you're using. So at that point, though, you are ready to submit your project and get in line. So you bring your plan, your consultant will come down with their arm with all the blueprints in them. I think they're still using, no, they're using electronically, right? Okay. I have this vision of some consultant with their arm stuffed full of blueprints, and it used to be that way. And other documents there's all these documents. You go down to OPSC, you dump the documents on someone's desk and say, I am ready to get in line. And they put you in line. And they basically allow you to be in line for unfunded approval, an unfunded status. You're approved, they'll approve you and say, but you're waiting for funding. And sometime in the next few years, you'll get approved for funding. At that point, construction can begin. Actually, it says here that first the district submits for fund release. You can submit for fund release, but you actually can start the construction sooner than OPSC has given you the funding, the Office of Public Schools Construction. You just can't get the state money. So you have to do maybe part of the project. And there's ways of phasing things. Once the state releases money to you, that starts a key clock ticking. And usually it's plenty of time, but there are times if your project's complex, it's not. Once the state has released the final time they're going to give you money on the project, you've got 3 years to finish your elementary project and 4 if it's a secondary project. Okay. Just giving you the outline here of what it looks like. Now, a little special side note on your specific situation. And this is a real picture here showing the site on Fano Road that was offered as a donation. And CDE came down to look at that site. And CDE has said, you know, that's nice, but there's some problems with this site. We're not really thrilled. And you may already know that. You already know about this?
Share.
I will share. So the two biggest problems, among others, is that, and I actually concur with CDE's analysis. CDE is correct on these problems. That doesn't mean they're fatal problems, but they could be. One is that they really like to have multiple sides of the campus on street access now, and it has to do with the situation with drop off and pickup and student safety, and they've gotten more particular about that. I remember they were not as particular during the first round of building I was involved with compared to the second round of building about 7-8 years later. Does that sound about right? They've tightened up. They don't want kids crossing through parent drop-off zones. The other problem is Fano Road is slated in the city planning to become a 4-lane expressway. And you really, having an elementary school on a 4-lane road is really probably not the greatest idea. So the developer was not happy with the letter that CDE gave and has offered their own letter with a rebuttal of that. The developer was wanting to know what they assumed that the CDE would respond to us. I contacted CDE a few weeks ago or a week or two ago, and they said to me by email, there's not going to be a response. Our letter stands, meaning, you know, you've got a problem with this site. So the district and the developer will probably need to work together to identify alternative, and I wouldn't even say an alternative site. I would say you want to go to CDE with at least 2, preferably 3 alternatives. That makes them much more likely to choose one of your sites. even if they wouldn't have, if it was by itself, they might be more inclined if you've given them some idea that they have some freedom of choice in it, you know, it's ability to make decisions. So that's where that stands. There's another developer on the other side of, that's on like the northeast side of town. There's another developer on the southeast side of town who is interested in entering into agreement with the district also on with mitigations. So there's some work to be done in trying to figure out what the development is coming in, how we can at least find some sites for schools so we can build that second elementary school that you badly want to build. So this is just informational. These are the dollar amounts for per unhoused student for the state's half. Remember, it's really a third, but they're half or maybe 40% if we're being kind. There's additional grants for site acquisition, site development, other costs. By the time you're all said and done, depending on the number of students, you might get $10 million, $12 million. So I'm going to look at Louis and say, for everything for 600 student schools. That sound maybe in the ballpark? Johnny, you've been involved in these recently too. Does that sound high, maybe? Which was great, which is closer to 50-50. I'm thinking, especially with budget, with cost run-ups and stuff, and I may be dealing with old facts, and if I am, and you get, it's almost closer to 50-50, that's so much the better, right? I just want you to be prepared for the idea that it may not be, and we've got to do that. So anyways, you have a site that's been estimated, or a project is estimated in the $35 to $40 million range. And I'm going to look at Louis here, and 35 million, 40 million. And number of classrooms and all that. Yeah, 35-ish. So if the state gives you 12 or 13, $14 million, you still need another 20 plus, and you have a bond, but that's going to use up almost all the bond. So the next thing is, I told you I'd leave you with questions and more questions and answers. So there's 4 big questions that come out of new construction. What is the district's eligibility? How much, because you only have 100 students for eligibility, the state's not going to give you $12 million. They're going to give you 100 students worth, 4 classrooms, not very much. So what's our elementary eligibility for unhoused students? And that should be available later this calendar year. What's the correct location for elementary school number 2? Now, I'm calling elementary school number 2. The developer has proposed calling it something else. I don't believe the board has taken action on that. Is that correct? You have not officially named the school. So it's really your decision and not the developer's decision what you name. You might agree to them for concessions to name it something, but it's something that you control. And then what is the long-term impact on plan development and the district's ability to house students? You've got some very large developments on paper in this community. Developments that in 20, 30 years, 40 years, could triple or quadruple the size of this community. Or not, we don't know, but they're on paper right now. That's going to make you have to think about in planning, where's not just a second elementary school going to go, but a third one and a fourth one. Where's a second junior high school or middle school going to go? What are you going to do at the high school level? Okay, so there's some real thinking has to go into long-term planning about what are you going to do? How big can you make Gonzales High School before you have to say, we've got to build a second high school? That's far off, but those years will go by and you will be confronted with the idea, we've got to build another high school. And if 2026 is the soonest, and maybe I just am really cautious about saying 2025. I think in a perfect world, you could get there. I just don't think we live in a perfect world. So if 2026 is as soon as we can get elementary school number 2 open, what are we going to do to house students in the meantime if we have a rebound in enrollment? And there are answers to that, but I'm leaving you with just questions tonight. All right, we have the modernization program. Make sure I got on the right slide there. No, I did not. It's not letting to click forward. Help me.
Scott, can I interrupt you for a second?
Absolutely.
Before you go on the modernization, I think a corollary to your question, can you go back to your questions?
They never went away.
They're still there. So corollary to number 2, you've got 2 potential, you got 2 developers who are potential donors. And I think they both think they are in line to be next. I think there's a fundamental question that this board and the district administration have to answer So where do you want? Not where do they want, but
That's
where do
absolutely
you
correct.
want your elementary school? What makes sense? What is logical for the point in time that you are now, as opposed to letting a potential development, which will happen on its own timetable, independent of what you want. You have to start taking the lead as to what your needs are and how you want to meet those needs. And then if it develops into a partnership with a developer that helps with the donation of land, great. But independent of that, regardless of that, rather, the onus is on the district to meet its needs.
What's best for kids?
And so rather than letting the fact that you've got these potential donations, which
I like to call them suitors.
are very welcome and wonderful and generous and all of those things, but that cannot be your driving influence. Your driving influence is we have needs now, we have needs projected in the future, and how are we going to meet those needs? And I could be wrong because I'm recent to the game and I'm not privy to most of the information, but it has felt to me that it's being driven by outside sources or outside input rather than inside determination as to what we want and then going out and making it happen.
It needs to be, I told the developer today I talked to, that it needs to be based on things like when we go from one elementary school to two, what's the correct way to split the attendance of this population into two pieces? And it may not make sense to put them in one place versus the other because it splits it in a weird way where you just have schools on one side of town and not on both sides of town. Those are the exactly. It is exactly it's your decision to make based on what's best interests of kids. Both places will probably happen eventually because when both developments are fully out there, there's going to be at least one school in each development and one of them will have multiple schools. It's not who courts you the best. Where does it need to be? Okay. It worked. Or the other Monica did it work? I did it. Wow. Okay. So the modernization is a 60-40 program, meaning the state pays 60 cents on the dollar and the district is to match it with 40 cents. So, and the actual mix there depends on the scope of the projects, but it's really a lot of that's within the district's ability to control, except when we talk about replacing portables as part of the modernization. But with most projects, we just scale up, we do the amount that we want to do. And if we want to exceed the state, that's our decision to make. If we don't want to exceed the state, and we just want to give our 40 cents and take their 60 cents, we can have the architect design the project to come in that budget in most cases, not all cases. So it's a little easier program to deal with that way. Or with the new construction, you have to build the number of classrooms, no matter how expensive they are. And if that means the state's only giving you 1/3 of the money, then the state's only giving you 1/3 of the money. So the funding is generated by the age of your facilities since construction or the last time a facility was modernized. So permanent buildings, 25 years. Portables, 20 years. And they're eligible again for modernization. I'm good so far? Okay. Now, the state goes through this weird way of converting it, but they actually managed to convert it from buildings to students because everything is about students. So it's through a ratio of how many students each classroom is supposed to house. And the good news for you here is that virtually the entire district is now eligible or soon will be for modernization. Every classroom. Also with the dollars that you generate, so Gonzales generates money, Gonzales High School rather generates money, you can use it on, you don't have to spread it equally. You can spread it where you need to spend it on the campus. It just has to be spent on the campus. And that gives you a lot of flexibility with those dollars. For portables, we really don't want to modernize a portable. We want to replace the portable, and that can get a little more expensive. So there's going to have to be a lot of conversations about how best to do that. You have a lot of portables, and it's going to involve conversations with your architect. It's going to involve conversations with your facility consultant in Sacramento, because there's a lot of rules and ways of working the system. But I haven't seen many districts actually, maybe Louis, have actually modernize a portable. You just tear it down and start over again. There's not much left by the time 20 years is up with those things. So The planning process is much easier with modernizations than it is with new construction because you're not having to acquire a new site. The CEQA, usually you file an exemption because I'm just fixing something up. I'm not creating new space on the campus. DSA must approve the plans. You get the plans approved. The district submits it to OPSC for funding. You're placed on the unfunded list where you get to wait in line for a couple of years again. And then construction can begin. Actually, construction can begin before you even file with OPSC. Once DSA has approved your plans, you're allowed to start. You want to make sure that, or these things, you can do them in phases so that you can get around, you go do one piece of it and then wait for the state to reimburse you maybe before you do the other piece. And we'll talk about that in a minute or a few minutes about, because there were some funding challenges in one grade level span and not funding challenges in the other. And the same time frame is true of this as with new construction. So sorry, I apologize. This should have been for the state 60 cents and not half. I guess I was just being obnoxious because I really wanted to put the half in air quotes, but it's not. It's so just disregard that. I was copying and pasting my slides, so I forgot to change the title on that one. So the grant amounts for the state's 60%. And these just show you the dollar, and the district will need to contribute 2/3 of that amount to make their match for each of those. And this is there for your information, so you get an idea. And then the big questions. So number 5, what is the district's eligibility for modernization? And I'm not just talking about which buildings, I'm talking about dollar amounts. We should be able to get dollar amounts from our facility consultant, but before the end of the year, before the end of the calendar year. How are we going to deal with the portables, especially at La Gloria? You kind of still need the portables on Gonzales High School and Fairview because you're not adding a new campus. But if you add a new campus, eventually you're not going to need all those portables at La Gloria. But there's rules about destroying portables and using them for modernization that they're going to have to work through those rules. So can whole campus projects, because you got the whole campuses need to be done, but you can't take the whole campus offline for 2 years while you modernize it. So you got to phase it in a way to minimize the impact of construction on student housing. It may be worth saying with La Gloria, we're not going to do it until a second campus is built and we have the room to be able to move it. The problem with that is that when you open a second campus, you're going to have a have and have not situation in terms of facilities. And I don't have a great answer for that. Maybe there's some work that can be done over the summer on some of the wings to start making that better. Eventually, you're going to want to definitely get La Gloria modernized so that it doesn't feel like a second class school. And the funding for GH for Gonzales High School is currently available. The way it's available is you have 2 bonds that just passed, J and K. J is for elementary, $24.5 million. That one has got enough money to do a new elementary school probably with the state's help, but probably not a lot more. So we're going to have to figure that out. So the district is going to have to figure out how to fund those modernizations at those 2 schools. I don't have an answer for you today. I know there will be an answer and we'll come up with it. For Gonzales High School, the funding is, you got $37 million bond that you can use at Gonzales High School, which is plenty, and adult debt, and it's plenty to modernize Gonzales High School and adult debt. That should be more than enough. I can't say for sure, but I have to believe it's more than enough. So let's talk about funding options. So you got the state's 50% for new and 60%. So the state is a big player in your funding it. Bonds, you have traditional Prop 39 bonds, which is what J and K are. You may pass with a 55% majority. Or you have the traditional 2/3. Measure G was one of those, and there's still a little bit of money left there. Developer fees, there's different levels of developer fees, and that's going to be a source of revenue for you as the community starts developing, and those can be used for new construction. Other district funds, deferred maintenance can be used for helping to match on the modernization. So to the extent you're saving money for deferred maintenance, you can do that. Fund 40 is a fund you're not currently using, but I'm going to recommend that you consider it. It is a special fund for capital facility projects. If you have reserves that maybe are higher than really need to be, you can move some millions of those into Fund 40. If there was an emergency in a fiscal way and you hadn't spent them yet, you could always move them back to the general fund. But it's a way of dedicating money towards new construction or modernizations, so just towards construction projects. So it's something to consider. And then a really important one. So these developers are hoping that you'll agree to maybe charge them in a mitigation agreement is what you agree to with a developer of how you're going to mitigate the impact on the schools of their development. The fact that they build 100 houses, there's 100 more kids or 200 more kids in the community that need to be housed. They will love to have you charge developer fees, but you get to charge developer fees whether they agree to that or not. So that's not a concession on their part. We really need to work on what does the school board want from in these mitigation agreements. One option is it sometimes goes by Mello-Roos, sometimes goes by community facility districts, where the homeowners pay us an extra little tax, I shouldn't say little, an extra tax for a period of time that goes towards helping offset the cost of the schools that their new home necessitated, so that your existing homeowners don't have to bear that burden because they didn't necessitate it. That's something that will need to be a part of the conversation. And some developers are very amenable to that. Some developers are not amenable to it. It's something that you'll definitely need to have conversations about. The next slide is just to summarize for you your bonds. Measure G was $6.5 million of authority. My memory is that there's about 800,000 left there, and some of it's going to have to be used on playground equipment because we have playground equipment that needs to be replaced. Measure J and K, you can see the dollar amounts there and the areas that they can be used for. There's also language with those. We're going to have to be very careful to make sure that we adhere to the language. So what you don't want to have happen is you spend money in a bond and then find out later that we spend on something that was not permissible. So that's something that staff will work with the bond counsel on to make sure that we are good. Most things that they're fine. And I've read through some of the language and it's pretty broad. But it's still something that needs to be, I kept on. One other piece of this that you'll be involved with sooner rather than later is measures J and K. You authorize bond oversight committees for, but we never formed the bond oversight committees. And we've spent some measure K money this year. And so it's going to be very important. And Joni and I have discussed this, and one of the first questions she asked, is their bond oversight committee working? It better be working. It's like, well, no, it's not yet. But we can fix that, get it working in time for them to review what was spent during this fiscal year, and get the blessing. It's not they approve what was spent; they say that it was spent properly, and then but it's something that's going to happen. Almost done here. 2 construction options. There are others, but these are the 2 primary ones. I'm going to tell you which one I like it when we're done here in a moment. There's the traditional low bid where you go out and it's very simple. You throw a bid out on the street and the contractors all bid on it, and whoever's lowest wins. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder wins. And the problem with that is that it's difficult to avoid. And I've done schools both ways, and having done both ways, I'm going to put my money on lease back, and I'll tell you why. It's really hard to avoid bad players who look at your plans with an eye for what did the architect maybe have more ambiguous than we would like, so I can do change orders. And I charge you a lot of money for change orders. So I'm going to low bid this thing. I'm going to low ball it with the idea that I'm going to make it up by causing problems for the school district during construction. Yes, lease back. I had a board member say, as we described it, that sounds like money laundering. It's not money laundering, but it basically what you do is, I don't know how lawyers come up with this stuff. You lease the site to a contractor for $1 or some nominal amount. Then the problem is I have a school to house here, but I need to, I'm going to have to lease it back. But while the contractor is there, they do some tenant improvements that I'm going to pay for. And the amount of those, the cost of those tenant improvements as I lease it back from them happens to be the amount that the construction project would cost. So it's basically, I lease it to you, you lease it back to me, and then you make some improvements and I pay for the improvements. It's the simplest way I can, that's, a lawyer would probably describe it better. It would take an hour to do. What that does is it gives you really tight control, because you get to select through a selection process who the contractor is. And there are some fantastic general contractors out there that actually love to do work under lease-back model, and they become a partner. They tell you up front as part of the proposal they give you, and you listen to different proposals and you decide who you want. This is how much profit we're going to make as a percentage of the contract. This is how much markup we're going to have to supervise things because it's going to be cost to us to supervise. So you know upfront, these are things we built into a a low bid one as well. And then together we're going to select the subcontractors. And I know who the good ones are, and I know who the bad ones are. And we're going to have conversations like that because just because someone's low, doesn't mean I have to accept them. I can have some conversations about maybe there's some people we don't want to have be subcontractors on this project because they are not going to do a good job for the district. Okay, so it provides tremendous flexibility, and it gets the contractors on the team of the district, or the main contractor on the team of the district. And I found that they're much better about fighting the change orders. They just have an interest in making sure this thing runs well because they want the next lease back job. And so you just keep feeding them lease back jobs, and they do a good job for you. They come out with a maximum guaranteed maximum price. Usually you build a contingency in that because things will happen and you spend down your contingency. Sometimes we had it where we didn't spend down the contingency and we got it back. So it's a good model to go with, something you'll have to consider. I promise I'm getting close because this has been a long presentation. Big questions, 4 of them. This is the end here. So what needs to be included in the mitigation agreements? This is a huge question. What do we want from the developers to help us pay for the costs of new schools caused by development, given that developer fees in the state will not be enough to cover it? We will come up short. How can the district fund both the construction of a new elementary school and the needed modernizations at LaGloria and Fairview? We've got to come up with some other money. We have enough to do one or the other, but not all of it. Can school number 2 be phased to allow construction to start while awaiting? Because you have $24 million. That's enough to build a partial school. Can we build a partial school? And then when the state reimburses us, use that to finish the school? And the answer is yes, we can do that. It's something I phase it there as a question because I have it in the big questions. And then what construction delivery method will the district use for new construction and modernization projects? And you've heard my recommendations. So I'd be happy to answer questions, and I apologize for taking so long.
Araceli, any questions?
Whew. So thank you, Scott, for that presentation. There was just, I guess, questions and thoughts, that was my dog. The bond committee, I know, has been a struggle to form because no one's really come through to volunteer themselves to be a part of this bond committee. What happens if we can't get people to be on this oversight committee?
We have to get people to be on the oversight committee.
And does that have to be, can we assign people if nobody is coming forward?
No, but there's a way we can approach people that you're not asking volunteers, you're approaching people and saying, and you want to choose very carefully who you have on there or you're going to have problems.
And Araceli, I'm just gonna butt in, and I'm sorry, Scott, just because there were community members who reached out that wanted to be on the bond committee, and under previous leadership were never returned calls, nothing.
Yes, I know, I'm aware of that.
So there are people that want to be on the bond committee.
So one of the jobs staff will have is to make that happen.
Yeah, we just need to follow through and make sure we get that.
But staff can't put them on the bond oversight committee. We can forward them as a recommendation to you.
Yeah.
So you'll have to take action to put them on the
But it
committee.
has to consist of a different groups of people, correct?
Correct. And there's ways of managing that as well. And we'll make that happen.
Okay.
It's easy for me to say we'll make it happen because, but
I have no choice.
it's something we have. Exactly. We have no choice. It has to happen, and it has to happen fairly quickly now.
Okay, and then my second question is, have and I don't know if this is a question for you or maybe Marvin, but have we stayed in touch with the Fano family during this process?
I have attempted a couple of times to call, and someone's voicemail is full and cannot take additional messages. So we are attempting to.
And I've had 2 conversations with them as well.
Okay, so there has been some contact.
And the developer who's working with them has been in contact with our attorney.
Okay, perfect.
But
And
I'll
then
I'll remind you, Scott's summary statement that the CTE has problems with the site. The developer has responded to that, and CDE is not budging is the current status. And we've tried to communicate that to the developer.
The other piece is they have this deal worked out in their minds of what they're going to give to the district and allow, and that's nice that they have that deal worked out in their minds, but the district hasn't agreed to that.
Yeah.
We need to decide what we want from the developer.
Will we be getting a presentation on how to make this decision?
My guess is that may be a closed session type item because it may go into negotiations on a, but I can't say for sure.
Okay, and I
mean-
do know that we did have a committee for the naming of the first school, which was the Fano Academy. Fano Academy.
So but there was never action taken by the board.
Yes, I think because we had a committee. We had a committee.
Do you
And
think
we
they
had a
actually took
committee
action?
and I believe we
Okay.
took action. Yeah.
Okay, then that answers that question and that,
For the
that,
naming,
for the naming.
for the naming. And Mr.
Yes.
Fano was here for that, the
Okay.
naming.
So then I need to stop calling it elementary school number 2 and calling it Fano Academy.
And then I'm looking forward to the money that is available for modernization of Gonzales High School. And I'd really like to see some modernization or something be done to really some attention to adult ed. So I'm excited. When you said and adult ed, I was like, ooh, because adult ed needs a makeup. What do you call it?
Makeover?
Makeover. There you go. Look at you. You knew more. You knew that before I did. Okay, thank you so much, Scott, for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for indulging me to take so long.
Caesar?
I agree. Adult ed needs makeup.
Aha.
I just get it.
It sounds like a cosmetology class is coming.
Cosmopolitan, yeah, that's a good class. That's a good class. No, yeah, and I think Marvin is, pointed it out, but that's the big old and good thing that you put it in red because it's like a flashing red sign. Like it can't happen there, right? Scott, is that what you're trying to say?
CD is not saying it absolutely cannot happen there. They have some grave concerns. That doesn't mean that those can't be addressed, but they're not backing off of those concerns. I think that there could be things done to make that somewhere in that general location work.
Mhm.
But they're gonna have to put a road in maybe on the side of it. Maybe set it back a little bit away from Fano Boulevard because that's going to be an expressway or a large collector street. So there's things that can be done. The developer is hoping to get it through without any change to their plans. That may not be realistic on their part.
Okay. So, I mean, that, the word grave is grave, right?
And that's my word. That's not CD's word. So maybe that was stronger than it should be, but their comment that they're not changing what they're saying is problematic to me.
Which to me means there's a lot more work to be done.
I share their concerns. I think it's the best. It's not the best location for a school site. It's it may be the best general area. So a block or two, or even a few hundred feet different may make a difference.
Yeah. So who's going to be working on that? Is it our legal and their legal? Or?
It'll be them plus staff from the school district.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's.
Don't
Be-
need-
No, because I think some folks are under the impression that this thing's gonna happen in 2 years. That is not gonna happen. I will say an absolute.
Under the best of circumstances, you will not have a school there in 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be shocked if it's there in 4 years, right? But I
4
mean,
years,
you
4
never
years
know.
is possible.
It's possible, but I'm just trying to have people temper their expectations. Yes, we approve the bond, but this stuff it takes a while, and there are road what do you call them?
There are roadblocks.
Roadblocks.
There are challenges to overcome.
Bumps in the road. And I don't, I imagine Louis has more experience with construction projects, but I believe construction projects don't always go to plan, right, Louis? And there are, right, I'm stating the obvious. But thank you so much for your presentation. It's been just amazing, I think. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of work to do. Dr. Samora has a full plate. I look forward to it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thanks.
Maria, questions?
You answered my question in regards to the location, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I know it was lengthy, but it was information that we all needed because you went into detail for items and I had gotten that information previously regarding, so just so community members who are on, if they're there, just sometimes if we get potential land, it doesn't always mean that is in our best interest. So people know that we do get things, and definitely we want to, we are very fortunate to have donations. But we always have to make sure that it's going to minimize our costs. And I know if we move and we have to build another side street, that would be a cost on our part, correct?
That just depends on things. Remember, the state will reimburse eventually 50%.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Is the key word
Yes, it will
there.
be eventual.
So like I said, thank you for the details, because that's something that I would not know of as far as construction wise. So I appreciate it.
So for all the challenges that we overcome, it's very exciting for you all. You've got a new elementary school that will be built, hopefully 4 years-ish. And modernizations everywhere. Gonzales High School can start really soon as far as planning on that. So it's an exciting time. So I want you to take that away, not the depressing long list of questions that have no answers.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move on to item 12.8, approval of the employment agreement with Assistant Superintendent, Business Services and Staff Report.
Yes. So the board is asked to approve an employment agreement for Joni Lumbra. Pronounced correctly? Yes. It's going to take me a minute, Joni. You can stay seated. I've got a lot to read. As Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. The term of this contract is from July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2024. Government Code Section 54953 requires that prior to the board taking final action on a contract for a local agency executive as defined by statute, the board must receive a verbal report summarizing the salary schedule or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits during the open meeting in which the final action will be taken. Therefore, the assistant superintendent's compensation includes a salary of $178,000 annually, eligibility for health and welfare benefits at the same level as other administrators. We are genuinely excited that Joni is relocating to join us in Gonzales Unified School District, and we look forward to her future here. I'm going to ask the board to take action to have a motion to approve the employment agreement and to grant me the authority to assign the employment agreement. And then I'd like Joni to come up and introduce herself to the board.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
Ooh, welcome, Joni.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Joni Lumbra, as Mr. Biasotti said, and I'm coming from a series of smaller school districts. I'm working my way up here to Gonzales eventually. And I appreciate the board and Mr. Biasotti for giving me this opportunity to serve the students of Gonzales Unified. It's actually a long time coming because I wanted to apply for this position last year when I saw it posted, and I was offered a position at another school district and I was already in the negotiations there. So I took that one, but always at the back of my mind, I had this tugging feeling that Gonzales was where I needed to be and where I was supposed to come with my family. So I appreciate the warm welcome that I've met from everybody through this process so far. And I can't wait to meet until school starts, so I can start meeting others in the school sites and really getting out there and trying to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Item at 12.9, approval of the employment agreement with Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services, Staff Report.
Okay, yes. And now we're going to ask you to approve the employment agreement for somebody you know quite well, Yolanda Barba, as the Assistant Superintendent for Ed Services. Again, as with Joni, the term of the contract is from July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2024. I'm going to dispense with reading all of section 54953, which simply outlines why we have to go through this process. So now I'll get to the compensation package. The Assistant Superintendent's compensation includes a salary of $187,000 annually, eligibility for health and welfare benefits at the same level as other administrators. And again, I'm asking or requesting a motion to approve the employment agreement and to grant me authority to sign the employment agreement for Yolanda.
Can I get a motion? 12.9,
So move, Araceli.
moved by Ms. Flores,
Second Cuevas.
second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes.
Congratulations, Yolanda.
Moving on to item 12.10, approval of the addendum to the interim chief business officer staff report.
Let me just catch up here. Oh. Thank you. I think Scott's made it very clear that why we need him to continue, the district needs him to continue. And this is simply extending his availability to the district, probably not for long, perhaps as short as a couple of weeks beyond the 30th of June at the same rate of pay.
Board comments or questions, Araceli?
Your mic's off, I think, but no questions.
Caesar, any questions, comments?
No questions. Thank you.
Scott, thank you so much. You have given us a wealth of knowledge. So having you here has been, and yeah, oh, it will be your last board meeting, possibly. Okay. Thank you. You've, since, Dan will tell you, since your first time consulting for us, we've enjoyed having you here, and you're not gonna go far. You're gonna still. We know. We love your reports too much, Scott. So can I get a motion to approve 12.10?
Cuevas.
A move by Ms. Cuevas,
Second, Flores.
second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.11, adoption of the resolution number 2021-22-29, authorize agents to sign school orders. Board report. That's yours, Scott. Is there a board report? I mean, a staff report, sorry.
I don't have a staff report. It's just a standard item, but I'll stay up here because for the next one.
Board questions, Araceli?
None. Sorry.
Caesar?
No, nothing.
Maria?
No questions, thank you.
I have no questions either. Since this is a resolution, I believe it does take a roll.
Board President Celeste Daniel. Yes. Board Clerk Araceli Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Seth Rayon.
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cueva.
Yes.
Item 12.12, approval of authorization, 12.13, approval of the public disclosure for. Is that where we're at?
Your mic's off.
Oh, I think it's dead. Oh, wait, okay, we'll try it. I turned it back on. 12.12, approval of authorized agents to sign summer 2022 project contract.
So there's 3 projects out there that could be held up by the fact that there's not currently a scheduled board meeting until August 9th. And we want to make sure that these projects are not held up. So we're asking you to grant the superintendent the authority to award bids, sign contracts, and get the projects moving along. And if that happens, and it may not happen on any or all of these, actually for one of them, it will happen in all likelihood. We will come back to the board on August 9th for ratification of the amount. So it's not that we won't tell you and it'll be a big secret. We just need to be able to move. They are the LaGloria Playground project involving the playground structure, the Gonzales High School fencing project, and the technology. Okay, and the technology, I'm sorry, let me keep going or?
No,
Okay, the technology, Carol and I jokingly call it the bells and whistles project, but it's the bells, PA and all of that. So we want to make sure that we can award those and then move forward.
Since that is the staff report, we'll go ahead and open up, and we did have a public comment on this item. No, we're on 12. It caught up to itself. It caught up to itself.
Okay. Public comment from Ms. Emily Rios. Dear GUSD Board, my name is Emily Rios and I have an incoming kindergartner to La Gloria School in the fall. I have become concerned and have some suggestions regarding the removal of the non-age appropriate kinder first grade playground equipment after watching the recording of the last board meeting. I agree that safety is #1 priority for our kids, but if this equipment will be removed, what is the school's or the district's plan to provide a budget and a plan for other equipment and or activities that first and kindergartners will have during recess time while they are removing the old and installing the new equipment? Since this is expected to take possibility the whole school year, I also strongly suggest that the shredded tire mulch be removed. I think that this was a good idea, bad education. In terms of reusing something that would otherwise go in the landfill, but in real life context. After the kids play in it, their hands and clothes are filthy. Sometimes children go straight from playing in the tire mulch to eating finger foods in the cafeteria. Also, all those little pieces of shredded tire make their way all over campus and beyond, including down the storm drains. I have done some research. Thank you for your consideration, Emily Rios.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. Any
Sure.
answers to those questions?
Those are all excellent points. Absolutely excellent points. We are concerned about the amount of time it could take. We don't think it will take the whole year, but it may take some months into the new school year. So Mrs. Dietrich has been asking about options for alternative type of play equipment, and we will certainly fund those and make sure that that's available. There was a plan maybe to do some painting. We also have not taken the smaller structure offline yet and may not take that offline. We'll have to see kind of if we're going to replace that or leave it as is for the time being, as we go through the planning process on that. The tire mulch, there are other options besides shredded up tires. There's a called engineered wood chips. Am I getting that? Engineered wood chip fibers or something like that. We used to use in my old district. They also migrate across the playground, but they're pieces of wood, so they're not as potentially hazardous or dirty on kids' hands. And so that may be a better alternative right now. So we actually had a conversation about that. So I appreciate the parents' concern and actually think it's something that the district needs to think about before it reuses those shredded up tires.
Seeing as we address public comment, so I'm going to open up to board comments and questions. Araceli?
No questions, thank you.
Caesar?
No, none, thank you.
Maria?
No questions, thank you.
No questions. Can I get an, my brain just went dead. A motion for item 12.12.
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.13, approval of the public disclosure, the salary increase for the unrepresented employees in accordance with AB 1200 and the representative salary schedules for the 2021-2022 school year. Staff report.
I think it's self-explanatory. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Since there are no public comments, I'm going to open up to board comments and questions. Araceli?
None, thank you.
Caesar?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Nope. Thank you for that. Can I get a motion for 12.13? Moved by Ms. Cuevas,
Second, yeah.
second by Mr. Aon. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 12.14, approval of the response to the 2021-22 Monterey County Civic Grand Jury Final Report, Excellence in Action, Monterey County's educational response to COVID-19. Staff report.
Just to say that were required to respond to this report. We had 90 days from the date of issuance, which was in May. I think the recommendation, excuse me, the findings pointed out the excellent response from across Monterey County led by the MCOE. And then the two recommendations, which the district is already in compliance with and fully intends to stay in compliance for the term of this agreement. So we'll answer any questions. Otherwise, we'd ask for your approval.
Can I get any board questions or comments? Araceli?
None.
Caesar?
No, thanks.
Maria? No, thank you. And I have none. Being said, can we get a motion to approve 12.14?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second, Dion.
second by Mr. Aon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.15, revision of board bylaw 9220, governing board elections, first reading, staff report.
No report. I think it's fairly self-evident. Right there.
Yeah, this was due to our CVRA having to change our, going to district, voting. There are no public comments. Board questions or comments, Araceli?
None.
Caesar?
No, thank you.
Maria?
None, thank you.
I have none myself. Can I get a motion to,
No,
No?
first reading.
oh, it's just a first read, sorry.
Back in-
That I didn't. Item 12.16, approval to authorize the foregoing grant of easement, charging network easement. So staff report?
Just real fast, this is for PG&E to put a charging station in. They've got to run some cables, and then we have to give them an easement for that. So that's what that's for. I would like to, on a separate item or separate comment, just thank the board for the opportunity to, this is my last item, for the opportunity to serve as an interim. I've really enjoyed it and have grown very attached to this district, and it's going to be not easy to leave, but I know that I'm hopeful that I will stay connected in a different capacity perhaps. And you all have some fantastic things that are going to happen in this district over the coming years. And I know you're going to do some amazing things here. And I look forward to maybe watching that from afar. So thank you.
You, Scott. Any staff questions or, board questions or comments, Araceli?
The agony. Scott, I wanted to say, since you made your last speech, I've learned so much from you. Numbers are my arch nemesis. Your ability to explain the budget and break it down, provide the visuals has been very appreciated by me, and I'm sure others who are similar to me. Thank you for just making us feel like there's hope in our future and improving our district, and giving us the news that there are some changes that we can make. I am excited as I have 2 kids in this district, and I'm excited for them, and for the students, and the improvements we can make for them. So thank you for your service. I know you're going to do some extra stuff behind the scenes, but your work here has been greatly valued. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Caesar?
Yeah, Scott, I would like to say a lot of the same things that Araceli has said.
you.
I mean, you take a topic that is maybe some folks consider a little bit boring, but your enthusiasm and your ability to make it not opaque at all, just make it straightforward. Like, hey, these are the things you should focus on. I know it's 300 pages, but you should read these 5, things like that. That's useful. I mean, it's really useful. You take these classes and sometimes you don't know where to start or where to finish, or even to know what's important and what's not, right? And I think because you have so much experience, this to you, I don't know if it's easy, but it just seems like it is. Just based on the way that you explain things.
Thank you.
Right. That your knowledge is so broad, but also the way that you communicate, I think is really, really valuable. When we had you as a consultant to give a presentation, we're like, get that guy back. Who was that guy? And I remember your presentation was actually pretty short. It was only like a couple minutes, and somebody else was presenting. No offense to you if you're here, I forgot who it was, because but we're like, who spoke for 5 minutes? Let's get that guy back, man. And so we're so glad that you were able to come and help us with this. And I think we benefited a lot from your time here.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate the fact that you're, willing to stay on a little bit longer to help your replacements. And I know that you were involved with the selection. So, I think the board I trust you.
You're in great
And
hands.
So yeah, so we're really confident and looking forward to working with you. It's, especially since you're very highly recommended. And so thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank
you've
you.
done.
Maria?
Yes, I agree with everyone. My brain is quite complex. I think a lot, it's all over the place. So you have definitely made it so that my brain isn't fried by the end of the night. Thank you for that.
you.
And thank you for your recommendation. I'm excited to see what you have for us. So welcome, and we'll see you around a little bit longer.
So
Scott, I think Caesar mentioned something very, very true that we need here, and trust is a huge part. That was a component that was missing, and you, along with this team here that we've had here as interims, have put that trust back, and have felt that I loved going into the district office and being able to approach you. So approachable. It always had a question, and just had questions even for me on how things were here, because you wanted to know more about our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
For instilling my trust back, and for always being so open and honest to answer a question, and giving us great feedback and great information. So you will be missed, but I know Joni's
she's gonna do a
step in.
she's gonna do a fantastic job. And I was really up here to answer questions about.
I know, but I appreciate. So with that being said, yes, can we get a
started
motion
it,
to
Scott.
approve 12.16? Moved by Ms. Cuevas,
Second, Aeon.
second by Mr. Aon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.17, certificated personnel assignment order number 21-22-110 to open one independent study teacher position for the 2022-23 school year. Staff report.
None.
No staff report. There is no public comment. Board comments or questions. Araceli?
None.
Caesar?
No, thanks.
Maria?
No, thank you.
And I have none. Can I get a motion to approve 12.17?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Ayan, second by Ms. Flores.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? So all those in favor, I'm so sorry, guys. It's been a long day.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
None.
The motion passes. I'm gonna give it a little caveat. I've been working the fireworks booth all day today, so it's catching up to me. Item 12.18, certificated personnel assignment order number 21-22-111 to open up one STEAM teacher elected position at Fairview Middle School for the 2022-23 school year. No public comment. Can I get board questions or comments? Araceli?
None.
Caesar?
No, thanks.
Maria?
No, thank you.
And I have none. Can I get a motion to approve 12.18? Moved by Ms. Cuevas,
Second, Aeon.
second by Mr. Ayon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.19, certificated personnel assignment order number 21-22-112 to open one English language teacher position for the 2022-23 school year. Staff report.
None other than to just point you to the fact that you do not have to, in the future, you do not have to take action on these items. They're not required. And so I don't know how you came, I know it's a local practice that I'm just commenting that you may choose, it's your choice. You may choose to drop it going forward. For these types of positions, these are routine. You essentially have approved them in your budget as you approve the budget. So they're not required. They don't take you a lot of time, but they take some time, and you may choose to, that it's just not something that you need to have come before you.
I believe we used to have it all in one.
Yes,
One
that's,
action
that's certainly
for-
more efficient to bundle
Yeah.
them.
And since it's an action, so I'm gonna go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, no,
and Complete
it's,
action.
it was
Yeah.
just for the
So we
future.
don't need to take action on these
Yes,
items.
no, we do, but normally we'll bundle it, so moving
Consent.
forward, we will go ahead and
Yes,
not do
nice.
individual action items.
Well, thanks for the
Um,
wisdom.
Can I get a motion to approve 1219?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second, yeah.
second by Mr. Aon. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.20, classified personnel assignment order number 21-22-84 to appoint classified positions for the 2022 summer school program. Staff report,
None.
and there are no public comments on this. Can I get questions or comments from the board? Araceli?
None. None.
Caesar?
No, thanks.
Maria? Seeing as there's no questions, can I get a motion to approve 12.20?
So
So
move.
moved.
Second. Jinx.
Pick your choice.
They both at the same time. Sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and pick motion. It was motion by Ms. Flores, second by Mr. Aon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.21, certificated personnel assignment order number 21-22-113 to appoint certificated positions for the 2022 summer school program. Staff report,
None.
board questions or comments? Araceli?
None.
Caesar? Maria? Seeing as there's no questions, can I get a motion to approve 12.21? Moved by Ms. Cuevas.
Second, yeah.
Second by Mr. Aon. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.22, administrative certificated personnel assignment order number 21-2022-11 to open one Director of Special Education, Health Services and Preschool position for the 2022-23 school year. Staff report.
Just to say, this is the position that was formerly occupied by the assistant director. And with her departure, we've made a decision that the best opportunity the district has to recruit a qualified candidate is to upgrade it to a full director level. And frankly, we're quite sad that Claudia Perlin is leaving us, but felt that with her departure, we needed to take this action.
There are no public comments. Can I get staff, I'm sorry, board questions or comments? Araceli?
None.
Caesar?
No, thanks.
Maria?
No, thank you.
I have none either. Can I get a motion to approve 12.22?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.23, appointment of assistant principal of La Gloria Elementary School effective July 1, 2022. Staff report.
Yes, want to give you a name and a number. We have, yesterday we conducted our second interview and we're, everybody, by the way, Dr. Zamora was a participant. And we were all very excited about the appointment of, his name is Richard Worth, W-I-R-T-H. And I need to inform you that about his compensation. He'll be placed on step 2 of the administrative certificated salary schedule. And that dollar amount improved with the raise that you gave recently is $112,466. And of course, he'll be entitled to the health benefit package that all other employees have access to. So we're quite happy. By the way, I'll just tell you that he is a current, he's a sitting assistant principal at an elementary school in a neighboring district.
Comes to us with experience and highly recommend.
Thank you. Thank you, Marvin.
Board questions or comments?
Welcome,
Araceli?
Richard. No, welcome to the district.
Caesar,
No, thanks.
Maria,
Done, thank you.
and I have done this since this is an appointment. It is not an action item. Am I correct? Because it does not say action item. It just says informational.
Which one?
The appointment.
Appointment?
Information. Yeah, it's not an action item.
We would like,
Would it usually get to be an?
we'd
action-
like you to make the appointment.
Okay. The request is made to make changes from informational to an action item. Can I get a motion to approve 12.23?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second, Cuevas?
second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. That was a long list. Item 13, a governing board comments. Ms. Flores, 13.1, I'll let you go first.
I just want to say, my only real comment is I just want to thank everybody who's leaving us, Marvin, Scott, and Monica. I'm gonna miss you so much, and I will always have San Diego. Thank you for your hard work and for coming through and just and I look forward to working with the person next to you. Sorry I'm not there to meet you in person. But just thank you everyone for just the dedication you've all put into our district and to our children, and you're gonna be greatly missed. So, and just a real quick shout out to Girls Inc. who conducted a camp for girls at UC Santa Cruz and took our South County students, and it was a great experience for these girls to have a college experience for the week at UC Santa Cruz. So thank you, Girls Inc. for that opportunity. And that's it. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar.
I wanted to echo what Ms. Our board member Flores has said. I want to thank Marvin, Mr. Siegel, Silva for their distinguished but brief service to our school and our kids. I think you have all done a lot to put us in the right trajectory. And I'm looking forward to working with our new team, from Dr. Zamora, down. I think Scott, I think I agree with you. It's not only exciting about all the things that are coming up and that are going to happen, but I think you also see hopefully a sea change in folks' perspective inside the district and outside. Positivity of, hey, you know what, a lot of cool stuff's going to happen. Be part of it. Help us come up with the best ways to spend this money, right? To help our kids. So I'm very excited to be working with our new folks, and looking forward to really, really good things. And I can say it's been a bit too long since I've been in that spot, and I'm just really, really happy. But I think the biggest benefit by far is going to be our kids. So thank you so much for this.
Maria?
Yes, you guys definitely set us up to hit the ground running. I'm super excited come, August 9th. We're gonna come back and just be ready to make these changes that you guys set us up for, and it's greatly appreciated. I also have 2 children in the district, and I really look forward to them being able to benefit from the work that you guys have done. And I also am excited to work with our new crew. So be ready August 9th, because we are. Good night, guys.
Scott, again, thank you. And like I said, and Marvin, I think what I left out on Marvin's was the trust, key component. I think I've met with you so many times during so many weeks, and we would see each other. And the trust that that I have built with you, you've shown me what I need to look forward to and helped facilitate that with Dr. Zamora as well. So I'm very excited for that, and we couldn't have gotten this far. To Miss Monica, I have said many times, this times of transition has I don't even know how many hours in your office or calling you. Monica will, I know it's a weekend, but I just needed to find something out, and Monica will text, and I'm going to miss that because not through this, it was a collaboration, but it was a friendship as well. So I thank you so much. You are gonna have, somebody's gonna have big shoes to fill for that, because you definitely went above and beyond. And it was so easy to come in and say, oh, this is right. And I think one of my favorite things was coming into your office and saying, I know this is the way it's done, but have we looked about doing it this way? And having that fresh set of eyes, and just always being honest. So I'm going to miss you so, so much, but I've told even my colleagues, we always have to do what's best for our family. And I want you always to do what's best for you. So I wouldn't want to keep you here knowing you have your family. I am being selfish. So wherever you're going, they are so, so lucky, because you have been a tremendous help with everything that we have done here. And I know I couldn't have done it without you, for sure. And I know my family thanks you, because you've taken a lot of burden from me, and I thank you, and I wish you nothing but the best. And it's not goodbye. It's I'm gonna see you, because I am gonna be out your way plenty. So thank you for everything. So yeah. So moving on to item 13.2, future agenda item requests. Araceli?
None at this time, thank you.
Caesar?
I'm good.
Well, I had a question in regards to the dual language. Maybe if we can get some information in regards to the success and how the kids are doing, and how their transition is onto the next grade level.
Okay.
One more thing.
Dual language. What's the deal? I'm going to touch a it was something that has been on, and I know Dr. Zamora will get it when she comes. And I know, one previous board member would love to finally have it. If we can get, and it doesn't have to be our next board meeting, we really need to make a move on our sports, handbook. It has been in the works for, I don't even know how many years. We've never gotten it. It was tabled and tabled and tabled.
Oh
So
my gosh, totally forgot about that thing.
yeah, so we really need to,
Yes.
it was a joint handbook, and I really think it needs to be separate, because there's CIF rules that don't fall under Fairview, and I really think we need to relook at that. So if we can get our athletic directors to, so put it in a bug in their ear, so we can look at.
Pin it up from the last year, because I remember you guys tabled it back in.
Yes,
like,
we had
okay.
change of athletic directors. So yeah, something I would like to see moving forward. And that's my only request. Future meeting dates. I believe we have our next one for August 9th. But please be advised to my fellow trustees to, I believe we have the special meeting date of.
We do have a poll that has the majority of you to meet on Tuesday or Saturday, the 23rd.
July 23rd.
Saturday, July 23rd, 9 to 5. You guys can end it sooner if you guys finish, but it's a 9 to 5 all day. CSBA is ready to come in. You guys got a great person that's gonna come in and help you. She's awesome. But the 23rd is scheduled for everybody. I know you guys are thinking about perhaps second meeting in July. I'm not sure, but we're gonna move forward for sure for the 23rd.
Yeah. And just so my fellow trustees know, that will cover our board goals and our self-eval, as well as setting our goals with Dr. Zamora. So that's why it's a full day. CSBA will be in the afternoon, and then our goals with Dr. Zamora will be in the afternoon. And if you have any questions, don't call me. No, I'm kidding. No, Liz will have our questions now.
Well,
Okay.
because it's a full day, I guess we'll have lunch.
Yes.
Burritos is my vote.
Yeah. Liz, that's gonna be. Okay, and moving on to item 14, or adjournment, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second, Aeon?
Cuevas, move, second by Mr. Ayon. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
All right, you did it. Marathon.
Yeah.